runs here. We've had in the last 6 races a minimum of 2 green flag pit stops. For the last 5, over 100 laps of green, and one race a couple of years ago, more than 230 consecutive green flag laps of racing. But is that on your mind now, or is it wanting to flip that switch and get this going?
It's the anticipation. Yeah. I was ready to go 3 hours ago. Now I've been walking around, I've been thinking about it. I probably have overthought the start of this race. But when you get in the car, it's so amazing. A calmness comes over you. You get in the car, you put that helmet on, and when you're coming down to get the green flag to start this thing, it's all business. So that's what these guys have been doing. They've been anticipating this start, and now it's time to go do the job.
This is Jeff's first rain delay with NASCAR. I hope you're in that. I hope you're in that zone right now.
I hope this is as long as it gets. This is not bad.
One of the fellas everybody will be watching is Jimmie Johnson. He's had such success here. In 25 races, over 1,000 laps led. 19 out of 25 top 10s. 6 victories. That's a winning percentage of nearly 25%. That's a lot of 6 guns to fire off for Jimmie Johnson and Chad Knaus. We're all working toward the chase for the Sprint Cup. Here's how the chase grid looks coming into Texas. Jimmie, league leader in wins. Harvick, Kyle Busch, Brad Keselowski, Denny Hamlin have each notched a W. Carl Edwards starts from pole tonight. Joey Logano alongside. A lot of contenders for the checkered flag here in Texas. Ricky Stenhouse will roll off 5th. All of those Roush Fenway Fords in the top 14 in qualifying. Best team performance of the year so far. Carl Edwards has won from the front row here, though not from the pole, where he starts tonight. Only 3 pole winners have gone to victory lane in this race's history. Denny Hamlin at the ready. Oh, what a beautiful sight from our Goodyear aerial coverage. Superior performing tires to face challenging conditions on the track and on the road. Goodyear, official tire of NASCAR, bringing you these beautiful views of NASCAR's crown jewel of super speedways. Glad to have you with us on Fox. After a nearly 2-hour delay, the track is dry enough. Pit road is dry, and we are ready for the command.
Ladies and gentlemen, here to give the command to start engines for tonight's race, Sadie and Rowdy Robertson.
Driver, start your engines.
.40 drivers about to roll off into the unknown on a very green racetrack on a very cool night in Texas. ready to race Lone Star style.
Big boy racing down there. Fast.
You come here to Texas over 200 miles an hour, this is not the place to be playing games.
I've been on the road, coast to coast, and there's one place I love the most. If you ask me for all it's worth, there ain't nothing down on earth as it is in Texas.
Under the lights, Joe Gibbs, winning car owner 1 week ago in Martinsville, Virginia, gives a thumbs up to his pole-sitting driver, Carl Edwards. We are ready to race at Texas Motor Speedway. Fox NASCAR coverage, sponsored by KFC. A big storm system stayed to the south of the speedway, but a few pop-up showers blew through, delaying us a couple of hours here. Now it is mostly cloudy with a light breeze from the southeast. 60 degrees. Our very first night race of the 2016 season. What is most on these drivers' minds as they get ready to race under the lights?
As a driver, there's a big difference between racing at night and racing during the day.
A lot of people have neon lights and stuff for their pit signs, and they seem to all blend in. So the toughest thing for me is just finding your pit stall.
The biggest challenge racing at night is just practicing during the day and then having to take a big guess at it going in the nighttime and kind of seeing how that works with your car. It can make a huge difference to the way our cars handle and make a huge difference in who wins the race.
The field rolls out behind the safety car. And let's have a look at the Geico starting grid for tonight's race. Carl Edwards has his second Texas pole, his first of the year. Joey Logano, his third front row start this season. He's the 2014 winner. Martin Truex, fastest in both practices. Chase Elliott won the Xfinity race here in 2014. Ricky Stenhouse Jr., 12th or better on the mile-and-a-halfs this year. Denny Hamlin, a two-time Texas winner. Ryan Blaney, the rookie, ties his best starting spot of the year. And Brad Keselowski, a two-time Texas runner-up. Matt Kenseth, two-time Texas winner in row 5, along with Austin Dillon, who makes his best Texas start. He's been top 10 in 4 of 6 races of 2016. Jimmy Johnson, Trevor Bayne, the rest of this 40-car field ready to go.
Let's talk to that cold prepared Toyota here. I'll get it right here in a minute, guys. Hey, Martin Truex Jr., it's a DW Fox Sports. You got us? He had us. He had us a minute ago. Hey, Martin Truex Jr., it's DW. You got us, buddy? You know, with the rain, a lot of times the radios and stuff, with the rain, the moisture and everything, sometimes the radios are a little problem. See if we can try him one more time here. Martin Truex Jr., DW Fox Sports. You got us, buddy?
Hey, DW, we are on
Channel 2, guys.
All right, let's try that one.
All right, we got you on Channel 2 now. Martin Truex, you got us now, buddy?
Yeah, I got you, DW. What's happening?
Was getting a little nervous there. We thought we had a radio problem. Hey, we got us a green racetrack here, buddy. What's your biggest concerns to start this race?
Just the tire wear, that first 25 laps, making sure we, trying to keep that track position, but also keep the tires on the thing so we don't get in trouble. So just a little bit worried about that, but all in all, Bass Pro Shops Toyota's been really fast all weekend. Guys brought an awesome race car and love racing here in Texas. They're ready to get this thing going.
Well, I have good news for you. The rain is gone, the weather's good, but that starting spot, the third starting spot, there have been more wins from there than any other place on the track. So you're in the right place, buddy. Take advantage of it.
10-4, man. We're going to give it our best. I think we can do it. So we're going to go have some fun. Y'all enjoy it up there and save me some shrimp cocktail.
He's on to us.
Hey, and we'll get you a Dub bar when it's over with. Thank you, buddy.
All our secrets are out. No shrimp cocktail down on pit road, but there's our Fox All-Star pit crew. What are you looking for most in these opening laps of this race? Jamie Little.
Well, Mike, Chase Elliott had a great weekend going. He qualified 4th, and he had a really stable car that was fast. But after happy hour on Friday, they found something they didn't like with the transmission. They swapped it out, so he's starting in the back. His crew chief, Alan Gustafson, said tonight, watch for patience to be a virtue for Chase Elliott. He also said he's going to have to pass cars the old-fashioned way, one at a time, because you're not going to gain many positions on pit road when everyone will take 4 tires. Matt?
Jamie, the guy I'm keeping an eye on tonight is Denny Hamlin, our Daytona 500 champion. Now, when you look at his season, it resembles a heart monitor, peaks and valleys, trying to turn things around. Last week at Martinsville, he finished 39th. Now, 4 times in his career, he has followed up a disappointing 30th or worse finish with a victory. 2 wins here at Texas. His car has tremendous amount of speed. He starts 6th, but he has to be mistake-free on pit road, Vince Welsh.
Matt Kenseth is a former champion, and he's backed by one of the best teams in the sport. But this season, missteps, penalties, black flag, bad luck, heartbreak at Daytona. Well, they can have none of that tonight. Kenseth is a 2-time winner here at Texas. And this 20 team, if they have a clean race tonight, there could just very well be a Texas-sized celebration at the end. Larry McReynolds?
Yeah, Vince, anytime we normally race at night, we start in the daylight, and that is a big challenge for the crew chiefs. Obviously, that doesn't exist now. But now the big challenge, you heard Jeff and Darrell talk about a green racetrack with no rubber that will start rubbering up. So you have to get very aggressive with changes and making those right changes. And as you heard them say, also a competition caution because of the rain, lap 25, probably welcome for a lot of teams. Now let's look at our race analysis. Pit road speed, 45 miles per hour. The fuel window, 50 to 54 laps. You heard Jamie Little say Chase Elliott qualified 4th to the rear after a transmission change. And old Larry Mack's grip level, a 2, but probably late into the night when the speeds really go up, that grip level goes close to a 3.
Thanks, Larry. Now the lights are on the safety car, but the caution lights are out around the racetrack, and the starter has indicated 1 to go. We're going to start this race under what NASCAR terms a green-yellow condition. Green in that they will start counting laps, but they want to get some heat into the racetrack from these engines and tires, so the track will still be under caution. There are still a couple of jet dryers, track trucks, air titans working around the circuit.
Yeah, and Mike, if you see, these cars are single file up near the wall. The exhaust comes out the right side of these cars. It puts a little bit of heat and dries the track. But look at this right here. See that area right there? It's a little bit dark. That's because those jet dryers and the Titans, they can't get to that area to truly dry it off. And we know here at Texas Motor Speedway, these drivers are going to be right up against that wall. So they've got to get a little bit of that moisture away from that wall before we can go green.
There's a green flag, and Mike, I kind of chuckled at Larry's grip level. He's talking about the tires. The one on the steering wheel, that one inside the car, that goes up to about a 10 when this thing gets going.
All right, so green, yellow have waved. Laps are counting. Caution lights back on. We are starting under yellow. So this will be lap 1 of 334. Joey Logano starts from the outside pole, second in line under this caution to begin the race. Here is the team's pre-race pep talk.
Joey, good luck down there tonight. Let's have a big one tonight down there in the pits. Good luck, guys. Great job so far.
Finish on a good note this weekend. Copy that. Let's have a good 500 miles here.
Let's take a look at today's Ford Performance Track Facts. Ford won the first 2 Cup races held at Texas Motor Speedway, which opened 1997. Both races in the first season that the track had 2 races. That was 2005. Fords will start 2nd, 4th, 6th, and 7th in the top 10 tonight. Back before jet dryers and air titans, they used to take a bunch of big truck and earth mover tires, lay them down, bolt them together, and drag them around the track behind big dump trucks to create friction and dry the track. That was a painstaking, lengthy process.
And it took a long time to get it done.
Well, and we talk about rubber being laid down the racetrack. Sometimes when there's just another series here, if the rubber doesn't match up, let alone having different tires from some kind of tractor tire putting rubber down. So I can see that not only taking a long time, but being really challenging for the drivers.
Now we just saw a real nod to old school racing. The starter was asking for a thumbs up or thumbs down from the drivers as to the dryness of the racetrack and when we can go racing.
Yeah, they'll come over the radio and they'll talk to some of the guys up front and maybe even some of the guys near the middle of the field to get an opinion about the condition of the racetrack. They want everybody to be on the same page. Mike, remember, These cars are the fastest race cars we've ever had. They go into corners faster than any cars we've ever driven. So the track has to be perfect just about for these guys to get going.
Now, DW, the way I always looked at this, if you're the guy like Carl Edwards who's going to start this race,
I'll let you know
might want to give a
over.
thumbs up or thumbs down. You're going to get there first. If I'm further back in the field, yeah, thumbs up.
You ready to go?
Good. I won't be the first one there.
This looks like an episode of Spartacus. Thumbs up, thumbs down. Larry.
Hey, DW, I'm going to go either further back than the thumbs up or the thumbs down. How about a rabbit to go out there and check the racetrack? I think you've done that before.
Yeah, in 1979 at Daytona 500, it had rained all morning. We started under caution just like this. They wanted someone to go check the track out. We called it a rabbit, somebody to go run a lap and see if it's okay.
Under caution.
Under caution, and then you come back and report in. Kind of comments.
How did you get chosen for that? That's what I was.
Because I was the only one dumb enough to do it.
It was always you.
I know. It's either me or Buddy Baker.
2 to go. And we'll go green. Here's some audio from Dale Earnhardt Jr.
Up against the wall, all the way down the back, and the same thing on the front stretch. The outside line on both straightaways seems damp and definitely seems to be like wet spots, like it's just seeping up out of the track.
Yeah, that, as I mentioned earlier, especially for Dale Earnhardt Jr., who loves to run inches off the wall here, and a lot of tracks that we go to. That's why he's so adamant about that line and that area that's just literally 8 to 10 inches, maybe a foot wide right at the wall. And a lot of times, I love safer barriers. They're amazing technology for safety, but a lot of water gets trapped in behind them when it rains and just seeps underneath it for a little while.
Now they've picked up the speed. They're well above pace car speed. Again, trying to get some heat into the racetrack. There's Big Hoss off to the right on the back straightaway, showing the fans here the pictures that we are showing you at home. All right, I think the TV at Cowboys Stadium, well, I'd draw it for you, but next time around perhaps, is about 70% the size of Big Hoss.
Isn't that it's one of the coolest. The things that they do here at Texas are unbelievable. And guess what? When they drop the green here, the racing's unbelievable.
Hey, guess what, guys? I guess everybody must have given them a thumbs up.
Now the competition caution that was scheduled for lap 25 has been moved to lap 28 because of these first 4 laps under a green-yellow condition.
Some drivers are a little more particular than others as how the condition of the track would be, but I'm sure that they took a majority here and everybody said it's good to go.
I can't wait to see these tires that come off at lap 28. I'm really anxious. This place is abrasive. It's fast. They're going to be pushing hard because they know they don't have to go to a full fuel run.
Yeah, and the other thing that I love at night racing is the sparks.
Ooh,
man,
yeah.
You'll see sparks flying out. When on these low air pressures, when they start the race, everybody will be sparking.
Front row, Carl Edwards Toyota, Joey Logano's Ford. You're riding along from the outside over row number 1. Toyota's in row 2 for Martin Truex and Denny Hamlin. Ford's in row 3. Ricky Stenhouse and Brad Keselowski. Ford and a Chevy in row 4. That'd be Ryan Blaney and Austin Dillon. Matt Kenseth's Toyota and Trevor Baynes Ford round out the top 10. Then Jimmy Johnson Chevy, Greg Biffle's Ford, Brian Vickers, Dale Earnhardt Jr., and last week's winner Kyle Busch, the top 15 of 40 drivers.
And Mike, you got to, and Jeff, you got to be a little careful here now. You don't want to wipe your car out before you even get going here. So you got to tippy toe a little bit.
Now hold on. Look who's on the front row, DW. We got Carl Edwards and Joey Logano. These are 2 aggressive race car drivers, and they want that lead. I think they're going to be going for it when they drop the green.
Well, I agree with you. These guys up front, they're pretty happy because but the guys middle of the pack, that's where you just got to be careful not let somebody get into you and wreck you.
I can't wait to see Kevin Harvick come up through here.
And he is starting right smack in the middle, back at 21st.
Mike, we might want to watch this start here because it's still it's not wet and it's just a little maybe damp in the restart zone here. Don't want to spin those tires to get run over from behind either. A lot to think about here coming to the green. And speaking of coming to the green, what do you say we get this thing started,
Let's
Jeff?
get it going, DW.
Yeah, boogity, boogity, boogity. Let's go racing, boys and Danica.
It's a drag race into turn 3, and Logano forges ahead.
Whoa, look at those sparks, man. Look like they're welding underneath there.
Who'll lead the first lap in Texas?
Did he?
Woo, Carl.
Close.
Wow, by 100th of a second.
This is what I anticipated. I thought these guys would run really, really hard. You heard Joey Logano hit that big bump in the middle. The car went up the racetrack.
Oh, yeah, and Logano just got way up a little too high off of 2 and lost a bunch of momentum. Had to get out of the gas. There goes Truex.
Martin Truex to second. Here comes Denny Hamlin hunting third.
Look at him get to the quarter panel, that 22, trying to loosen him up.
And Ricky Stenhouse right behind him, back to 11th place. Kyle Busch, Trevor Bayne in the 6, Austin Dillon in the 3.
That's some hard chargers right there.
Wow, look at
all those sparks. I swear, they're not just hitting the skirts, they're hitting underneath the car. They're hitting hard.
And the last time by, the lap times are extremely fast, so I think these cars are traveling a lot more than they anticipated.
Yeah, the lap Carl Edwards just ran, he'd have qualified 10th with that lap, and he's in race trim.
Wow. 6th place, Ryan Blaney, the rookie, and the Wood Brothers 21. Trying to hold off Brad Keselowski.
Yeah, that inside lane is going to be the preferred lane here for a little while, as we see Jimmy Johnson also making a move on Keselowski. He really wants to get down. I think he was trying to be up top there and get some passes made, but just not enough grip up there, and it really eats the tires up.
Yeah, and then when everybody runs on the bottom like they are right now, that's where the groove's going to be, that's where the rubber's going to be, that's where the track's going to be at its best right now.
Brian Vickers underneath the 2, and Vickers moves up a spot to 9th.
Jeff, I saw the 22 get up off the bottom off of 2 over there, and I mean, it cost him dearly. He had to get out of the throttle and regroup.
Yeah, I think he was fighting really hard, DW, to get by that 19 and get down in front of him, and he thought it was worth doing maybe for a lap and a half or 2 laps, and then he hit that bump, and it just took it out of the racetrack.
Kevin Harvick up 3 positions. Dillon and Bayne.
Now later in this race, that outside lane will come in, and it'll be a preferred lane. Maybe not on the restarts for a couple laps, but certainly on the longer runs.
I like what Bayne did there, though. He realized he was the 3-car boss still had a little edge on him. He gave him a space.
Here comes rookie Chase Elliott, the 24. 8 spots he's made up from his start at the back of the field due to transmission trouble.
These two can't figure out who wants to be in front.
You were better than me last time, but I'm better than you this time.
You know, guys, these first laps, they're very important. We know there's a competition caution coming, and it's a 500-mile race. You might think at home, well, let's just take it easy. But these guys need to push these cars as hard as they can. They're in traffic. They want to make the proper adjustments. They want to gain all the information they can, so when they make that pit stop, they can make improvements to their cars.
7th place, Jimmy Johnson inside of Matt Kenseth.
No surprise here. Jimmy Johnson is going to be a real factor in this race before it's over. He is so good here. What is he going for, 4 in a row?
4 in a row, yeah. And you know what I like? I like they put those yellow numbers on the car. Matt, what's going on with the 78?
An issue with Martin Truex Jr. 78. Debris on the grill, water temperature is rising. Colburn told him, we cannot run much longer where we are temperature-wise. You can see the debris right there. So try to drop back and catch the 22 of Joey Logano to try to change the air on the nose to get the debris off.
Yeah, he's got to drop back, and he's got to drop back fast.
It's gone.
Did it come off?
Yeah, I saw it fly off the right side.
Good for him.
I think he's okay. No, I'm sorry, that was not it.
He's dropping back. Now he'll try to dive in right here behind the 22.
You got to orchestrate this. See, he didn't get close enough to him.
Got to get right up on him.
Yeah, he's going to get a run here off of turn 4 and maybe get up close
on him.
enough
Watch
to
that thing. Get a little closer.
No, he didn't get close enough. Oh, it's trying.
Just got to get a little bit closer and it'll pop right off of there.
But see, even right here when he's behind him and trying to get that debris up, you can see it breaking apart.
It's working.
But unfortunately, that's also making the water temperature go up while he's doing that.
Yeah, that's practically closed off. That's where the air inlet is.
It opened a tiny bit.
We want to try him.
Boy, it'd be a shame to have to pit before that
still on that. Just half of it's gone now.
Dale Earnhardt Jr. passing Austin Dillon, and now pulling down on Trevor Bayne. Carl Edwards has led every lap. It's the first time he's led here since the fall of 2013.
Yeah, well, that's a teammate.
"20 laps complete. Carl Edwards has led them all. You saw that Denny Hamlin helped Martin Truex. Those two cars got close enough together. The air pressure differential took that piece of plastic wrapping, whatever it was, off of the grill opening of Truex's car.
And Mike,
so
what is this green racetrack doing to these tires? Fast lap was a 28.09. Last time by 30.35.
Yeah, 2 1/4 second fall off on lap times for Carl Edwards, but now his lead has now expanded to 3.6 seconds, perhaps in part because of Joey Logano and Martin Truex trading positions behind him. Kyle Busch currently 10th, the defending Sprint Cup champion and last week's winner.
Really bad. Aero tight, center exit. Tight up high, trying to run around these idiots. No grip. Copy all that, man. Do what you can.
6th place, Jimmy Johnson around Matt Kenseth.
Yeah, Jimmy been working on Matt for the last several laps. Finally was able to work around the outside, and Jimmy's pretty fast right now.
Jeff, you got 5 laps before we're going to have that mandated competition caution. What do you want to try in these 5 laps?
Well, obviously, I'm thinking a lot about the way that the direction of the balance that the car is going in, because now we're starting to get rubber on the racetrack. Now this is more accurate to what we're going to have once we take the green the next run. But I want to try to make up some more spots before that caution comes out. So I'm going to push hard. You know you got plenty of laps left on the tires, so go for it.
Here's what I'm hoping. My tires aren't worn out in 28 laps. That's what
right.
I'm hoping.
I can tell you
laps.
whose are, and that's Carl Edwards. He's been flying out there out front.
And here comes Johnson around Ricky Stenhouse. As Stenhouse was trying to break to the inside of Denny Hamlin, couldn't do that. Jimmy's going to take the long way around.
Oh, that 48 is coming, buddy.
I mean, those 2 spots, he just got those quick. He just went by the 20. Now he just flew by these 2.
Even with the pass, Jimmy's almost as quick as our leader.
Thing out there.
Amen.
Denny Hamlin agrees with what we're saying up here. I'd say the only one that I'm seeing that can compete with Carl Edwards and Jimmy Johnson is Kevin Harvick as well.
Harvick up 7 spots since the start of the race.
Goes by Casey Kane, has a head down the back.
And he's been real patient. He's been taking his time. He hasn't been super aggressive, but when you look at his lap times, and I think the track's just starting to come to him in his car as well, his lap times are really good.
Yeah, we're starting to see a little black groove around the bottom of the racetrack for sure.
Yeah, I'd say My biggest goal right now is not to be a caution before the competition.
No kidding. That's what I was thinking.
Comes out.
Yeah.
Now Trevor Bayne has dropped 5 spots since the start. Austin Dillon in the 3, down 8 positions since the start of the race. Eric Almirola down 10. They would all love to see this caution that's going to fly in 2 more laps. Martin Truex is closed right back up to Joey Logano for 2nd place.
And I should have mentioned Truex as well. He's super fast, been fast. He's won every practice session we've had here this weekend, and he's on the move again after getting that debris off of his nose.
Yeah, I really feel good about his chances tonight, Jeff. That team is really gelling. He's they get all the same thing that the Gibbs guys have gotten. We know how good they've been. So I look for him to have a strong night.
Harvick keeps coming from 20th to 11th now with that pass. With that pass of Brad Keselowski.
And 20 we're going to come to 28 laps. You get a caution. That's not very many laps, but buddy, when you've had the conditions we've had, you're happy to get this caution to get regrouped and see what you've got and where we go from here.
Brian Vickers in the 14 is up 5 positions, as is Kyle Busch from the start of the race.
Yeah, DW, this green racetrack was eating those tires apart.
Look at that last lap, 31.40.
3 seconds.
And Johnson challenging for 3rd, backs off. Starter reaches for the flag.
This is the competition yellow, leaders in turn 3.
That's the voice of David Hoots, NASCAR's race director. And when he says that, all of the crews and the spotters hear it.
And I love the caution lights that they have here at Texas Motor Speedway. They like to do things bigger and better. And boy, you always know when you're a driver on the track when that caution comes out, because the way these lights are lined on the fence.
And most of the time you don't want to hear put it out, because that means there's a caution or somebody's got in trouble. But that was one of those times when you couldn't wait to hear them say put it out.
Jeffrey Earnhardt will get the free pass. He, Josh Wise, and Reed Sorensen had gone 1 lap down in this first green flag run.
Well, that's another thing, Mike, you worry about. Anywhere you start in the field, that your car is so bad when you start the race, you get lapped in at 28 laps. So most everybody was able to hang on.
Carl Edwards has led every lap so far. I think if we'd gone another 5 laps, Jimmy Johnson would have been right there with him. Well, maybe more than 5. He had a pretty good lead when we got the caution flag, but Jimmy was really
Jr.
charging, and so was Martin Truex Jr. Pit road is open. Vince.
Jimmy Johnson started 11th, and as you guys said, he has been on the move. One of the fastest on the track, that's for sure. He says it's a tick free and just on entry and just a tick tight on exit, but not going to make any changes, just 4 tires. Matt?
With this new tire package, great opportunity for crew chief Cole Pern to get a look at those tires when they come off, to keep up with the racetrack. Clear windshield for Truex. He said the car just a little bit tight across the center of the corner. Jamie?
Joey Logano said his drive off wasn't as good as the others. He was getting freer as they went. Air pressure adjustment and 4 tires. Meanwhile, Carl Edwards said he was just a little free everywhere, but pretty consistent in that #1 box. He hangs on to the #1 spot.
There's your Advanced Auto Parts race off pit road. A pit road not as dry as the racing surface, and what a jam up there.
Man, they wadded all up right here in front. I don't know if the 48 got. I don't know if he ran into the.
Oh, he's got a little bit of damage.
He got some damage because they were ramming into each other. Right.
He's going to run right into the back of the 18, I think it is.
Wow, Texas-sized traffic jam right there.
4 pulled out. Whew.
NASCAR on Fox, presented by KFC, is sponsored by Ford. We go further so you can. And by Criminal, starring Kevin Costner, in theaters Friday.
Not just a traffic jam, but a collision on pit road. Look at the nose of Jimmy Johnson's car. He got into the back of Kyle Busch exiting their pits when Busch had to brake for a car that jumped out in front of him.
Kevin Harvick jumped out in front of Kyle, and he had to get on the brakes and then contact.
Damaged the right rear corner of Kyle's car.
Yeah, look at this. This damage right there, that's pretty significant. That's important area of the car for side force. Here's Jimmy Johnson's damage. That's significant, but it's not going to affect the airflow.
I don't think he's got any problem.
Not of the for the water temp, the radiator. I'm interested to see it might add some front downforce.
That's what I was thinking. I don't think that's a bad thing, really.
Johnson's crew had a bit of a slow pit stop to get him in that position. And we are ready for the restart. Carl Edwards, Joey Logano, Martin Truex, and Brian Vickers. Green flag.
Carl Edwards isn't messing around on this start. He doesn't want that 22 to get up beside him.
4 wide in the middle. Oh my gosh.
That 22 and the 20, they were not being very nice to each other.
And you might have guessed it'd be Kyle Larson, the first car all the way to the top of the racetrack.
And nobody's more aggressive by going to the top and making it 3 and 4 wide on restarts. And look, there he goes again down in 3 and 4 to the top.
Nothing ahead of the 5 when you get on next, so you can push on him.
Restarts here are wild.
6-car Trevor Bayne gets super loose at the 5 car on the outside of him there.
Biffle and Bayne almost traded paint. And they're teammates.
They were calm on that original start. Now they know what they've got. They got to go for it.
Ryan Newman against Bayne. Biffle ahead of Larson's 42. And here at 4th place, Logano and Harvick.
Now, a trend that you'll see with this 4 car, he won't go super fast at the beginning of the run. It's the long run where he's really, really good. And that's actually bit him a little bit this year. We saw that at Fontana. He got beat on that restart by Jimmy Johnson. His car wasn't that good on the short runs, but it's really good on the long runs.
Jeff, that's why he leads so many laps. He's got a car that can get up there and lead the race, but when it comes down to those quick, short runs at the end of the race, sometimes he just doesn't have it right away.
He could have easily won 3 races by now.
Yeah.
If he gets a full race together and if it's not one of those late cautions like that, he's going to win.
Have a look at the comparison on pit road during the caution flag, and the time of the stop for Jimmy Johnson considerably slower than that of the leader.
You know, those couple of seconds right there would have put him in a totally different position down pit road, probably allowed him to get to that outside lane to have a clear run all the way down. Larry, you have something on that?
Yeah, what happened on Jimmy Johnson's stop, Jeff? When the rear carrier and rear changer transitioned from the right rear to the left rear, they got tangled up with the fuel man, and that's how that stop was so much slower. They couldn't get to the left rear tire.
So much orchestration that goes on those pit stops. Everything has to happen at a specific moment in time in order for that to be a really fast 10 or 11 second pit stop.
Yeah, that 4 car jumped out in front of the 18 there on that when he was coming out of his pit box. That caused Kyle to have to check up. Jimmy got right into the back of him. See Dale Jr. here going by the 17 car for another position.
That would be 8th place.
We saw Dale Jr. come up on Jimmy Johnson, and you say, well, was that nose damage?
A little bit. We probably take 4 ways down. The track bar's up in the engine.
We talk about I guess actually that was Jimmy Johnson talking about feeling like maybe the front of the car has lost a little bit of front downforce.
Vince?
Yeah, Jimmy Johnson, you know, one of the issues was that slow pit stop created the traffic jam, put him right in the middle of it, as you guys were discussing. Here's Chad Knaus talking about the potential damage to the nose of the 48.
It didn't feel like a hard hit from here, but I just don't know how delicate that is. Yeah, well, don't know, Jimmy. Bends up the splitter, it's bad. Punch a hole in the nose, it's bad. We'll try to get a look at it, buddy.
I think what it does, it disturbs the air going over the car. So the contour of the front of the nose obviously directs the air over the car. So it could create a little bit of a problem.
During that caution period, David Reagan stayed out to lead 1 lap of this race. Carl Edwards has led the other 39.
You're watching Fox NASCAR.
pace slow.
45 laps complete at Texas Motor Speedway as we look at all the hard work that goes into prepping for a NASCAR weekend. Sponsored by KFC. Dale Earnhardt Jr. past the 2 of Brad Keselowski. And then went after Brian Vickers.
Clear by 3, all clear.
Earnhardt now in 6th place. Kevin Harvick, Joey Logano, 4th place, changing hands.
And Mike, we were talking about tire wear just a little bit, but here's the thing that saves the tires. The fast lap was a 28.09, but right now we're running 30.38, and we'll be in the high 30s, low 31s before we get to the end of this run. The pace slows so much that it helps save the tires.
Carl Edwards out in front by 1 second over Martin Truex. Now Jimmy Johnson in 9th place. We talked about the damage to the front end of his car. What about the damage to the rear of Kyle Busch's Toyota in 11th place, Matt?
Mike, crew chief Adam Stevens and spotter Tony Hirschman III looked at the damage. It didn't seem to be too severe, but it certainly has upset the balance of the 18 car. Kyle says the car much tighter this run than it was the first. He's just trying to hold on. He's adjusted with a track bar adjuster. It has not helped.
So how does a little bump in the right rear corner upset the balance of the car?
Yeah, you know, go ahead, DW.
No, I just think it's airflow. It's like the nose on the 48. It upsets the airflow. That little tweak to the right rear, which is so critical for side force, it upsets the air around the car, changes the balance.
Yeah, and I'm surprised. I would have thought that it had been looser. I'm just wondering if it's flared out a little bit and it's actually creating a little bit more side force and throwing the balance off of the car where he's pushing. But I also think the rubber laid down on the racetrack is changing the balance a lot for these guys.
I think that's a bigger factor because that wasn't that big a deal on the back of that 18 car.
Dale Earnhardt Jr. going after Joey Logano's 5th place position. Jamie has our nationwide Dale Jr. performance report.
Well, Mike, remember in happy hour yesterday, Dale Jr. was yelling about his car being stupid loose. So his crew chief Greg Ives tightened him up. Well, then last night, Jr. raced in the Xfinity Series race, and he learned one thing. Loose is fast, and Greg Ives said, I'm so happy he ran that race because it's not going to be comfortable tonight, but we are freeing this car up because that is the fastest way around. He's already gained 10 positions.
Thanks, Jamie. So a benefit to Dale Jr. running in that race. Kyle Busch won that race.
Well, and Kyle did the same thing last week at Martinsville. One on Saturday, turned around one on Sunday. Very helpful. I just think these guys getting laps, particularly with this new aero package and this tire, is a big deal. I think it's really beneficial.
Watch Dale Jr. here the last time around, trying to go to the outside of the 22. Gets a little wiggle in the back, loses a little bit of traction, but he's just trying to find clean air out there. You know, you can get a lot closer to cars with this new aero package, but you still need clean air. And so, you know, he's making some nice moves there looking around the racetrack as he goes to the inside now, Joey Logano.
It almost looked like push loose. He wanted to turn under when he did. The back came out a little bit. So, but the car looks really good once he gets clean air on the nose.
Yeah, he's looking good. He's moving forward.
He likes this place, one of his best tracks.
I agree, but I expected that to be all the way up against the wall, DW. He loves running up high like Harvick.
Give it time.
It's early. It's way early.
Martin Truex has cut Carl Edwards' advantage from 1 second down to a couple of car lengths.
Well, this 78 car Truex, he was the fastest car in both our practices. His average 10-lap average was right up there with the best of them. And Martin likes this racetrack. He had this race won here 2 or 3 years ago. Had trouble late pit stop, slow stop, cost him he lost a race to Kyle Busch. So he likes this place.
And I think if you're the leader, like Carl Edwards, you got to be a little bit careful how hard you push in the first couple laps because the car might have a lot of grip.
He'll be inside in the 1. Opening behind
Jimmy
for the
Johnson
17.
going to the inside of Brad Keselowski, showing that long run speed. We sort of saw that the last run. We only ran 25 laps, but we're starting to get to that point in this run. But I think Carl's got to be a little bit careful not to use up those tires early in a run.
Like he was up the hill just a little bit that time, like the car's pushing.
Edwards has now stretched that lead a little bit from 0.3 of a second to 0.6 of a second. 60 laps complete. High above us, the Visine spotter stand at Texas Motor Speedway. Here's a unique view from the Visine spotter stand cam. What Brett Griffin sees, he's the spotter for Clint Boyer's number 15.
Clear by 5 to the 43.
Those spotters are amazing. How they can keep their guys out of trouble, see the cars, make those calls.
That was on tape during the last caution. We've had a lead change. Martin Truex Jr. becomes the second driver to lead this race under the green flag tonight. Here's how he did it.
Just working that bottom to perfection, man, right on the white line.
Leader for the first time tonight, 78. Come on.
That's Clayton. That's Clayton Hughes, the spotter. They have a lot of fun, that team does.
You know, Martin Truex Jr. had been stalking the 19 of Carl Edwards, and Carl was watching his mirror. The spotter was giving him some information as well, and he was running the bottom, and Truex was running about in the middle. As Truex got there, Carl moved up to the middle. What did Truex do? Went down to the bottom and passed him.
Go where they're not. That's a good strategy.
Especially when you have a fast race car like he has tonight.
Toyotas have led every one of the 62 laps tonight.
Yeah, Martin's car just a tick faster right now. He ran a 23 that time by. Carl ran a 36, so about a tenth and a half.
Fastest car I saw on the racetrack that last time by was Dale Earnhardt Jr.
And he's in fifth place.
Yeah, he's a 31.08 that last time by. He and Jimmy Johnson both pretty good.
I mean, he's got a big gap to gain on those guys in front of him, but he's got the race car.
Yeah, he's 1.7 seconds behind Kevin Harvick in fourth. Third place, Matt Kenseth, Vince.
Yeah, and Kenseth certainly needed that first pit stop because he was loose in and loose off, and crew chief Jason Ratcliffe fixed him up with some adjustments. Matt says it is way better this run, and he's moving in toward the front, closing in on Carl Edwards.
I just love the way Matt races. This is right in his wheelhouse. 334 laps, 500 miles. Got to get it to the finish, and he's one of the best at doing that.
Yeah, I agree. He's so well-rounded as a race car driver. I mean, he can be aggressive when he needs to be, but when it comes to managing the tires, managing the equipment, being smart about searching around the racetrack, I don't know if there's anybody smoother and better at it than Matt Kenseth.
That's what's so frustrating for him right now. I think, Jeff, is the trouble. You know, almost had Daytona 1, had the lead coming off turn 4. Almost had a couple of other races where he ran really, really well. A shot at winning Martinsville last week. Just hadn't been able to close the deal. Had a lot of bad luck.
He's in third place right now, and he's like, this would be just fine with me right now, the way this
just
season's
leave me
going.
alone. Just leave me alone, boys. Let me just run a little while.
Martin Truex Jr. from Mayetta, New Jersey, driving for that single car team out of Denver, Colorado. He's your leader by 1 3/4 seconds over pole sitter Carl Edwards.
NASCAR on Fox, presented by KFC, is sponsored by Credit One Bank, the official credit card of NASCAR, and by Cialis.
71 laps complete in the Duck Commander 500 at Texas Motor Speedway. Had a couple of pit stops. Oh, we got a bunch of them coming in now.
Can't be any looser off the wall. Little tight roll in the center if there's any tightness at all. I feel like I'm just wearing a left rear out.
That's why Dale Earnhardt Jr. is in. Along with Kevin Harvick, Brian Scott, David Reagan, Stenhouse, and the drivers whose numbers are on the right side of your screen now. Ryan Blaney was in 2 laps ago. Danica Patrick 1 lap ago. Green flag stops. Matt.
Kevin Harvick's already pitted the 4 car. He was wrecking loose. Rodney Childers tightened him up. Martin Truex Jr. slides to a stop. No chassis adjustment for the 78. We're seeing a lot of drivers talking about how the track is just continuing to get freer and freer. They're losing time on the stop. The changers had to wait on the Jackman. He's away, Jamie.
Carl Edwards in saying he's just too free overall. Cars falling off quicker than they'd like. 4 tires, fuel, wedge, and air pressure adjustment for the 19.
A lot of congestion on pit road. Vince.
The 20 of Matt Kenseth comes in. He says the car started out much better on that run, but it has swung from tight to loose as the run progressed. Again, maybe the track changing a bit, as others have noted. 4 tires and air pressure. Fast stop. Jamie.
Chase Elliott doing a nice job. Started in the back, worked his way up into the top 15 already, paying attention to his car and learning. This is his first time in Texas. He locks it up, comes into his box. A 4-tire stop. They'll fill him up with fuel, giving very good feedback tonight as the tire flies. No chassis adjustments, just air pressure for the 24.
He restarted 29th and he led that lap. Matt Kenseth led the previous lap, and we cycle back around to Martin Truex in the 78 as the race leader.
Mike, that Truex pit crew is a Joe Gibbs pit crew. They train them, they work. That's one of their pit crews that pits the 78 car now.
Now that was only 40 laps of green flag on these tires. That's way sooner than we anticipated. That tells you how much fall off and how much tires are going to play a major factor tonight.
Let's take another look at that pit stop by Martin Truex. Watch the Jackman coming around the front of the car. Whoa. Lost his footing there.
He's a big guy.
Yeah,
Look
he's
how
a big
this
guy too.
is.
Yeah, I mean, he could jack that car up without a jack.
I mean, that we talk about, just how it all has to coordinate together, and it's, they practice this over and over and over again, but he just obviously got his footing down there, lost the footing, and look how much time he lost.
Yeah,
but he's still the leader.
It could be a little damp, or a little moisture in the pit there, and when he come around in front of the car, he just slid right out from under. His feet slid out from under him. He hopped up and got back after it, though.
Riding with Brian Vickers, 13th. 29, or rather 26 cars are on the lead lap. As we continue under green. And remember, the last 6 races have had at least 2 green flag rounds of pit stops. Here's 4th place.
By himself. Storm. They're behind him if you need it.
Matt Kenseth going by. Yeah. Kevin Harvick.
Talking about pit stops real quickly, one of the things I learned this week is the pit crew, when they practice, they have this setup in the car just like they're going to race at the track. Because you think about with no ride height and how low these cars set, if they don't have the right setup in their pit crew practice car, and then they get to the racetrack, their pit stops are out of sync. So they practice with the car set up just the way they're going to race it.
Wow, close call here. As they were 3 wide around David Reagan, Jimmy Johnson, and Joey Logano.
It's just amazing to me how much went on there in a matter of lap, just 1 or 2 laps. I mean, we saw one car come down pit road, and Ryan Blaney, we thought he had an issue. The next thing you know, everybody's hitting pit road. It was crazy on pit road. Everybody wanted that fresh rubber.
So Blaney started this round of green flag stops at lap 69. and it continued through lap 74. Let's go back to Martin Truex pit. Matt?
Mike, teams try to simulate different obstacles during pit practice back at the race shop, but this pit road is unique. It's 65 to 35 mix of concrete and pavement. I talked to several jackmen this weekend just about this, and they said it is an obstacle, it is a challenge because you're going from grip to no grip when you come around the car. You throw in the moisture in the air, no surprise we saw the jackman slip coming around the front.
Yeah, Matt, you could see where it was pavement and then there's concrete there. You'd wonder why, you know, it's not concrete all the way out to the edge of the line, but it's just not. So that right front sits right on the seam. When he came around the corner, he just wasn't quite on the concrete.
Boy, Menard has been holding up the 78 car Truex. He's finally going to be able to get under and get by him, but that really allowed Dale Jr. to close. You'll see Dale come into the picture right here, and that was because the 27 car was giving Truex a fit trying to get around him.
Yeah, and I mean, but at the same time, look at what the 88 did. I mean, he must have got on the pit road, had a good pit stop, got off pit road because, you know, he's all the way up to second place now.
And then he's complaining about his car. It's not handling right. It's not driving right. You got to put that out of your mind. You're better than everybody else. That's all that matters.
And to me, this new aero package with less front, less rear downforce, plus the softer tire that Goodyear has, no driver is going to be 100% happy with their race car out there. So it's about getting the balance and being happier than your competitor.
Well, and Larry and I talked about this in the past, Jeff. But sometimes the crew chief has to be a salesman. He's got to sell the driver on what's going on and get the driver pumped up.
So there's Ryan Blaney in the 21, who was the first car in this cycle of pit stops, and Carl Edwards coming back to the front, blast past Dale Earnhardt Jr.
I think Jr. said, you go right on.
You know, I think Dale Jr. may have come in a lap sooner than Edwards and Truex, and I think that's where he made up a lot of that time.
He came in on 72. They came in on lap 73.
And here's Martin again. Now he's got his hands full trying to get by the 13 car.
None of these drivers want to go a lap down. So it's hard for the leader fighting through cars trying to stay on the tail end of the lead lap, like Menard and Mears.
Well, it's a combination of two things. You've got a leader who's super fast, has a great race car, and then you've got others that really want to make some more adjustments and, you know, are going laps down, and they have to fight. They have to fight for every position. They're racing for all kinds of things that are on the line as well, just as much as the person who's leading the race.
Well, that puts the 13 now in the lucky dog spot if we should have a caution here in the next lap or two. And of course, every time he passes somebody, the leader passes somebody, they get the lucky dog spot.
I was going to say, don't look now, but the 78's getting ready to get A.J. Allmendinger.
Yeah. One round of yellow and one round of green flag pit stops in the books at 85 laps in Texas. 91 laps complete. Martin Truex Jr. is your leader. 2013, this race, he led 142 laps and finished second, his best finish in Texas. For a limited time, switch to Sprint. Save 50% on most Verizon, AT&T, or T-Mobile rates. Sprint, better for less.
Oh, I remember that race well, that he had that thing won. And we said, unless they have a late caution, because they were having a little problem in the pit all along. He had a little bit slower stop than the 18 car did, and he ended up running second.
Ryan Newman goes a lap down. He was the 21st place car. So now just 20 cars on the lead lap.
I mean, Truex is just
checking out.
Down.
That's what you call checking out.
Yeah.
We took a look at Kevin Harvick's pit stop, and a couple of things stood out to us.
Well, one thing particular.
Here's the left side tire change.
This
wheel
is the tire,
coming off.
Yep, coming off.
Have a look at the wheel going on.
Look at that right there. You see that? You see something missing? It's called a lug nut. There's only 4 lug nuts on that wheel. Now that's a left side tire, and that's what these teams are doing to pick up speed on pit stops. They know they only need 4 tight ones on there, and so they just don't even put it on there. Larry, you got more on that?
Well, just the fact that we want to make sure that everyone understands that essentially this rule went away at the beginning of 2015. Up until the beginning of last year, NASCAR mandated 5 lug nuts had to be in contact with the wheel before the car could leave, or it'd be a penalty. Beginning of last year, NASCAR said, you know what, we're going to let the teams police it. This has become pretty standard. 5 on the right, 4 on the left, and a late race stop, 4 on the right, 3 on the left, guarantee you.
And this is actually a shot of the lugs glued up on the wheel. They put this special glue that's very elastic, and the lug stays on the stud. But as we see here again, there's absolutely no lug nut there.
Well, it polices itself.
Absolutely.
I mean, if the car starts vibrating, the wheels loose, can't drive the car, you got to pit.
But now I will say this, as we see Martin Truex Jr., that goes to show you right there, his car is not perfect. As fast as it is, it's better than everybody else's out there. But even he's going to get loose and get tight and have some handling issues as well, and continue to make adjustments. But I just want to step back real quick on the lug nuts. When we hear teams talk about having loose wheels, it's because they don't get that 4th one tight.
Oh, yeah.
Now they only have 3.
Martin Truex working hard to lap traffic. And Chase Elliott is our hard-working KFC performance. Hard-working performance, Larry.
Yeah, Mike, Chase Elliott got his very first career Xfinity Series win here a couple of years ago. Came here this weekend and qualified 4th, but because of a transmission change after qualifying, he had to go to the rear of the field, and now, less than 100 laps, he has cracked the top 12. Michael, I think it's safe to say that's absolutely a KFC hard-working performance.
And this kid is something special, Larry. When he won that race in 14 here in the Xfinity Series, no one saw that coming. He outdueled Kevin Harvick to get the checkered flag, and he took the momentum from that win all the way to the championship in the Xfinity Series. Now he's running well here in Texas in the Cup Series. I wouldn't be surprised for him to challenge for a win here. This is a special kid behind the wheel of the 24.
You know, Michael, when I knew he was special was when he won Darlington. I mean, he went down to Darlington and passed the hot dogs and won that race.
And to me, this race, or the Xfinity race here last year, when he battled it out, or maybe, I think it was last year or 2 years ago, he battled it out with Kevin Harvick. I mean, we're talking about a Cup champion, and he battled it out with him and beat him. I mean, I think this is one of his best tracks, and he's got a lot of confidence here, and he's coming forward. And look at Martin Truex Jr.
Wow.
Look at all this traffic.
That's a hornet's nest.
Clear on the bottom.
He's battling positions 18, 19, and 20.
Yeah, that's Casey Kane up there on the outside, and that's Kyle Larson, and he's getting ready to go by both of them right here off turn 4.
And we remember Larson was 4 wide on the restart, down in 1 and 2. Now he's going a lap down.
17 cars on the lead lap as Martin Truex keeps putting them down in Texas.
NASCAR on Fox presented by KFC is sponsored by Coca-Cola. Taste the feeling. By Toyota. Let's go places. And by Credit One Bank, the official credit card of NASCAR.
105 laps complete. Martin Truex in front of Dale Earnhardt Jr. by 7 seconds. Carl Edwards 8 off the lead. Matt Kenseth 9. Kevin Harvick 10 back of the race leader. Preparation has a lot to do with tonight's pit performance. Sponsored by Advance Auto Parts. Here's Matt.
Mike, we're closing in on the next round of pit stops. It should start in the next 5 to 7 laps. Now here are the right front and left front tires that will be going on the next stop, not the very next, of Martin Truex Jr. You can see they glued just 4 lugs on both the left and right side. Now it's color charted here. Now the changer will start. You can see the hot pink. That helps guide him in. He hits the 4 lugs. Now the orange stripe, that's for the tire carrier. That way he can index this wheel and tire at a certain spot every time. That way the changer can just hit the lugs as quickly as possible.
And here it is in action.
Yeah, so you can see that stripe on the top, they want it to be right on the very top. Now you don't know where the driver's going to stop, if that's going to be there, but chances are that's going to be very, very close.
Ryan Blaney led the rush to pit road last time around after 40 green flag laps, and he's coming in again. Jamie?
Well, he started this night, he qualified 7th, but it has been a bad night. It's gone from bad to worse. He's developed a vibration, and that's why he pitted earlier last time. Came in, they made all kinds of changes because it's way too tight. Now he said he still has a vibration, and it's in the rear of the car, and said it's something fierce, so they're still trying to find it.
Well, there's nothing more frustrating when you have a big vibration like that. You don't know what it is, and it doesn't get any better. You know that there's a good chance when it's that severe, it could turn into something that could, end your whole night.
Now, he was a lead lap car, and he'll go 2 laps down with this stop.
Mike, we qualified at 193 miles an hour. Right now, the pace is 174.
Wow.
I've never seen this much drop off.
I mean, it's incredible.
Watch the 48 of Jimmy Johnson. Working on Ricky Stenhouse.
Now this is, lack of downforce that with this new aero package, it's going to get loose like that.
Vince.
Matt Kenseth says it's just too loose in. Last run, he could arch the car into the corner, but this run, it's just too loose, and he has no stability, so they made a chassis adjustment to help him. The 17 of Ricky Stenhouse Jr. been running well inside the top 10. They're going to make a chassis adjustment on the 17 as well. He's a little bit too free. Matt to the 78.
And Martin Truex Jr. guys up on the wall waiting for the 78 to hit his box. We're hearing a lot of drivers talking about just how the track continues to make another swing, continues to free up. Once again, no adjustments for the 78 of Truex. Solid stop this time. Jamie?
Tires are wearing out before fuel tanks are emptying out. That's why we're seeing so many stops. The 88, happy with it, says he needs some front grip, but it's not comfortable and it's fast.
A car is spun at the front end of pit road. Brian Vickers turned it around. Now he gets going the right way without further incident.
Shouldn't be a problem.
He ran up on Clint Boyer and spun the car to avoid hitting Boyer coming in. Matt?
Almost a tale of 2 runs, Mike, for Kyle Busch in the 18. First half of this run, he said the car was just wicked free. Up top, on the bottom, it was just wrecking loose off, but it started to migrate back more to the tight side. Near the end of the run, he said it wasn't bad up top. He still wanted to work more on the balance for the bottom.
All right, the lead lap drivers that had not yet stopped, Casey Kane, Regan Smith. Kane in the pit now, getting 4 tires and Sunoco race fuel.
Mike, I just think the strategy is come in and get 4 tires. When your pace gets really, really slow, you got to come get 4 tires, even though you don't need fuel.
Brian Vickers climbing up on Clint Boyer, ends up doing a nice pirouette with the orange cone, but that will get him a commitment line violation entering pit road. Here's a look.
Oh, he's wheel hopping. Yeah, he wheel hopped. We saw this happen with Denny Hamlin last week and Trevor Bayne at Martinsville. And as he had to apply the brakes, there's just so little grip. You could hear the back tires hopping up off the ground.
You wouldn't expect that to happen here, but man, you sure did hear it.
Sorry guys, that was on me. The 15 just slowed down to half the pit road speed. Wasn't ready for it.
Yeah, I mean, the 15 certainly wasn't carrying much speed getting onto pit road, and I think it just caught him off guard. He had to really get on the brakes hard there. And, you know, a lot of these teams run a lot of rear brake to get onto pit road at these speeds. But when there's so little grip left in the tires when you're coming to pit road, I think you got to be real careful with that rear balance to the on the brakes. You can wheel hop like
Josh
that.
Wise also locked it up and had a commitment cone violation.
If you want to know when a car has a lot of rear brake, watch them come into their pit box and watch the rear tires lock up long before the fronts even start. That's a lot of rear brake.
Riding with A.J. Allmendinger as Martin Truex leads Matt Kenseth by just about 8 seconds.
NASCAR on Fox, presented by KFC, is sponsored by Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. And by Kentucky Fried Chicken, Colonel quality guaranteed.
A little more than 1/3 distance in, 121 laps complete. Martin Truex, there he goes, 7.7 seconds. There's your leader over Matt Kenseth, the second place car. Carl Edwards third, Dale Earnhardt Jr., Kevin Harvick. 3 Toyotas, 2 Chevys in the top 5.
Boy, that 78 is flawless.
Man, dominating performance
flawless.
right now.
Right on that white line, digging.
Now the 3 just ahead of him, Austin Dillon, is the 15th place car. Last car on the lead lap.
He's walking through the field right now. I mean, he's just so much quicker than everybody else. Overall, average speed.
Jamie McMurray now 15th. Dillon goes by. No, they're going to fight for the spot.
Well, they have to. They have to. That leader's coming. They got to fight hard for it.
There's Jamie McMurray right there.
You never know. Oh,
That's Matt DiBenedetto.
Looks like he maybe got in the wall a little bit or got real loose off of turn 2.
Or else he really got out of the way.
Gathered it up, though.
Sorry. I'm driving the crap out of it, just trying to make the move.
DiBenedetto just went 3 laps down. Not hard to find your Toyota top performers. They're all at the top of the board. Truex, Kenseth, Edwards, first, second, third.
Boy, Mike, just watching that car, Benedetto's over there, I tell you, these cars are so forgiving. I mean, that car was pretty out of shape, but he was able to save it.
Jamie?
Well, Carl Edwards started on pole, led the first 57 laps. Then after the second pit stop, he told his team, we're not keeping up with it. And that took me back to something his crew chief told me this morning. He said, I expect this track to tighten up, whereas most other crew chiefs expected it to free up. Well, it has freed up, so they were way off on their adjustments. He was falling back. They took a big swing at it this last stop, put a spring rubber in the left rear, air pressure adjustment in forward, but Carl's still saying he has no grip.
Yeah, you know, this track and a lot of these night races, I think, throw a lot of people off. Ever since ever since we went to this splitter, it seemed like the cooler track temperatures pin the nose of the car, make the car even looser when you think it used to make the cars tighter.
We've heard that a lot, Jeff. At the night race, like I said, it's just opposite of what you think.
Well, here's a new one. They have posted Paul Menard a penalty for adjusting the body on the pit stop.
And you can see right there in front of the right rear tire, the side skirt. They pulled that out. Now, Richard Buck, the series director for Sprint Cup, told the crew chiefs and drivers at the drivers meeting today, if under green, we see you adjusting the body and we catch it, you will come back to pit road under green and you will repair it until we are satisfied. If you do it under caution, then you're going to come in and fix it, go to the tail end of the longest line. We go back racing, you'll do a pass through. The reason teams do this, that is a huge downforce advantage, and NASCAR's trying to get their arms around this in 2016.
And Larry, the only way they'll ever stop it is to do that very thing. You got to penalize somebody. You got to bring them in, make them fix it. And when you start doing that and you consistently do that, people will quit trying it.
Now, that's not why Brad Keselowski just pitted. Vince?
Unscheduled pit stop for Brad Keselowski. Said he believed he had a loose rear, and you see him investigating there on the left rear. So Brad brought it in. He said he definitely had an issue. They said don't take a chance, bring it, and it was a good call for Keselowski. They also made a chassis adjustment to help him with that entry on stability.
Well, he and his teammate are not running that bad, but not running great. They were running 10th or 11th and 12th before that pit stop.
Now, what they're looking for is to see if one of those 5 lug nut holes is elongated, which would indicate a loose lug nut and the wheel moving on that stud.
And the biggest fear is that if it damages that stud, then all of a sudden that lug nut will no longer tighten up on that stud, and then you're going to continue to have loose wheels all night.
Well, then you got to be sure to get the one without the lug.
Well, at least
you got
an extra one if you need one now.
What a game we play.
130 laps complete. Truex out in front of Kenseth now by 5.5 seconds.
Crazy.
Yellow flag in Texas after 103 laps of green flag racing. Debris in turn number 4 puts us under the second caution of the night. Trevor Bayne, the 15th place car, first car 1 lap down, gets the free pass.
Mike, cautions are down 39% over last year. At this point last year, 43% of the cautions were caused by debris. And so this year we've only had 23% of the cautions caused by debris.
Remember when Brian Vickers took out the caution cone, they've got to put it back in its proper position.
He don't want to go back.
Well, before they open pit road, then somebody can get it again.
Well, and you wonder why is that cone there, and it can be knocked out, onto the racetrack. But it's just a reference when you're doing 170 miles an hour or 140, whatever they're doing as they come to that pit road. It's just a reference so the drivers can see it, the spotters can see it. So.
Well, they had to convince him to go back. He just didn't want to do it.
It'd be nice if they had one that just laid down and popped back up, though.
You're asking a lot.
We need a
but I like your thinking.
Hey, what are those things? The bowlers? Isn't that what
the bollards? Isn't
bollards? The things that knock over and come back up. Right. Or a bobblehead is whatever it is.
There's a look for our Visine spotter stand cam as the field rolls by under caution. Now, prior to the caution, Dale Earnhardt Jr. was asking about drivers and their lines.
Anybody running the top? Give me some information about the top. Is anybody running the top?
Nobody competitors running the top. The same cars that are running the top. The last one that you passed, the 46, the guy struggling the 47, guys like that.
Yeah, the only car I saw run the top was Kevin Harvick. He's the only one.
But what I hear in his voice right there is he's searching. He's done everything he can do. He wants to know what else is out there because all his options are running out, and he knows that he needs more speed to run down Truex, run down Kenseth.
And here's Dale Jr. about the track bar.
All right, let me put it into perspective. We ran the last run 1.7 up. We finished that run 2 inches down. That's perspective for us.
Great guy. Have a little fun. I like it.
That's good perspective.
But what that means is that he moved that track bar down. That's how loose he's saying the track is getting, and he got on that run. He put it down almost 2 inches from where it was before, and he, I guess, is saying it's still too loose.
Pit road is open, and here come the lead lap cars. Vince.
Matt Kenseth had been looking for a more secure entry, and he said that Jason Radcliffe tightened him up, but it didn't necessarily make the car any better. So it's going to be another chassis adjustment for the 20 with 4 tires. Matt?
The only miscue Martin Truex Jr. has had thus far in the race, he just barely got into the wall. From that point on, Truex said the 78 car had been on the tight side. You can see they made a wedge adjustment to try to improve that. Jamie?
Dale Jr. says free as heck. Air pressure adjustment in 4. Carl Edwards, it did tighten him up last time. Air pressure out of the front tires. A 4-tire stop in the battle. Off pit road, Carl Edwards takes the lead.
That he does, up 2 positions. Matt Kenseth holds second, and Martin Truex on our Advanced Auto Parts race off pit road drops 2 spots. There it is as they come off pit road after the second caution flag pit stop of the night.
NASCAR on Fox, presented by KFC, sponsored by Chevrolet. Find new roads.
Oh, we've had 2 green and 2 caution flag pit stops. Welcome back to Texas Motor Speedway. Hard at work in the garage, prepping for a NASCAR weekend, sponsored by KFC. We heard Dale Jr. asking about line around the racetrack, who was up in that top groove. He's going to restart 4th after this second caution flag. Larry in the Ford cutaway car.
Yeah, we heard Dale Earnhardt Jr. telling Greg Ives about the driver adjustable track bar. This is something NASCAR gave the drivers that they could adjust from inside the race car at the beginning of last year. And where the actual button is on the steering wheel. He can adjust it right there. He can move it up. He can move it down. And you're going to see it right here. That's it right there, the button. And he can flip that button up to raise the track bar, down to lower it. Now the track bar is in the rear of the car, and this is that mechanism that actually the button is working. It's a little electric motor. Now there's the track bar right there. There's the part that's being adjusted. And a lot of times, if you raise it on the right rear, it frees the car up. If you lower it, it tightens the car up. And how Dale Earnhardt Jr. knew exactly how much it had been moved, there's a readout on his digital dash.
Thanks, Larry. Pulling those gloves up that he's going to auction off for charity. They're blue this month for autism awareness. Now, Martin Truex had a faster stop than Carl Edwards, but getting up and down pit road cost him a couple of spots. Let's see here.
Now, he had a little bit of damage. We heard them talk about. He got right in the wall a little bit. Here. And look at, we see a crew member come over.
Just tweaked it.
If you have if you have damage, you're allowed to pull on it as long as you don't pull on it too far.
Try and fix that right rear, but we got it. 4. Way to go.
Little damage there where they brushed the wall.
And they have such a good race car, and they have good track position. They can give up a little bit to make sure that fender's clear.
Fix it now.
And that was very different from the Paul Menard situation where the car was undamaged and they were pulling out the side skirt, which they've been specifically warned about in the driver's meeting.
Right, he's up around the fender, the upper part of the quarter panel there.
Carl Edwards with the advantage of that #1 pit stall. He can fire off from that stall 138 feet from there to the end of the last segment. Not enough to get caught speeding on pit road. Edwards jumps out with the restart. Matt Kenseth alongside to the outside. 3 Toyotas in front of Harvick Chevrolet. And everybody scrambling for position 3 wide.
Yeah, 3 wide, all the back through the field there. Man, they're fighting hard for position.
I found that interesting that Denny Hamlin went up to block the outside, and Jamie McMurray said, okay, I'll take it right up the middle. I think he gained 3 or 4 spots on that, and still gaining.
McMurray got 2, as you mentioned, up to 9th. He restarted 11th.
You know what I find so interesting? I just saw the lap time from the restart zone and going at pit row or pace car speed and accelerating, taking the green flag. That was a 30.15 lap. That's about a little bit faster than what they run 30 laps into a run.
Right. Yeah, at last time by 28.09, so that's pretty fast.
Joey Logano has slipped from 7th to 11th since the restart.
And that lap by that time, Jeff, 28.29 on the leader, Carl Edwards, 28.52 on Truex.
And I promise you, he's holding back. I mean, he's trying not to go too fast. He doesn't want to use up the goodness of the tires too early and abuse them because he knows he's going to pay for it later in the run.
11th place.
We get down to the end here. Whoa, we see Chase Elliott get a little bit looser off of turn 4.
Crazy right in there.
DW, we get later into this race, we get a late caution. You're going to see how fast they can really go.
Oh, yeah.
They'll be down the 27s.
Now you saw the 5 of Casey Kane in that group. He is fighting to stay the first car 1 lap down and stay ahead of Ryan Newman and Greg Biffle.
Yeah, Jeff, you're right.
Position.
The lap times will get faster and faster and faster. The cars get better, the track gets better, things get cooler, guys drive a little harder, speeds pick up.
Let's get a nationwide Dale Jr. performance update from Jamie.
Well, we heard Dale Jr. asking about that high side. He hasn't gone up there yet, and his crew chief Greg Ives told me in practice they really focused on running the bottom of the track, getting the car best there. But of course, Dale Jr. loves running high, so they let him go up there at the end of practice, and they adjusted for the bumps up there. So he is prepared to go there if he needs, but the car's been good on the bottom. He's been free, and he just told the team, you guys did a good job tightening me up.
Yeah, Jamie, the most interesting thing I think to us up here is nobody other than Kevin Harvick has really tried to run the top. Normally you see everybody migrate up there, but not tonight.
I'm reminded of what Chad Knaus told Michael Waltrip on our extended grid walk at the top of the night. You know, you're going to have to go, you know, are you going to run on top? And what Chad say? You're going to have to.
Yeah, you're going to have to, which I've been surprised as well. Look at the black groove in the corners. These Goodyear tires have really laid rubber down. We talked about this at Martinsville last week where the tires weren't laying rubber. It's laying rubber here, but I'm impressed at how the cars are staying on the bottom, and that's where the good speed is. Normally we see that top groove come about 15 laps in a run. All of a sudden the cars on top start really making up time. We're just not seeing it so far, but maybe we will later.
Like those yellow hubs on the 48. That's nice.
Those yellow numbers. Jimmy Johnson in 6th. There is Carl Edwards' lead as shown from our aerial coverage provided by Goodyear. Superior performing tires to face challenging conditions on the track and on the road. Goodyear, official tire of NASCAR. That's what 1.2 seconds looks like from Carl Edwards back to Martin Truex.
Yeah, Carl's lap times are just a little bit better than everybody else's at this point.
You can hear the driver really trying to get in the throttle. That shows you how the grip really goes away here. That's Kevin Harvick.
Terrible tight 1 and 2.
So it's actually the front grip then. What's happening is he's getting down in there to the bottom. He's wanting to pick up the throttle, but the front tires just aren't wanting to work and cut the way that Kevin's really wanting it to, so he can't get in the throttle as hard as he wants.
I think he needs to raise that track bar back up because he was running faster lap times in. I don't know if the car must have felt better with it down, but he was running better with it up. Put some wedge in it. But he keeps worrying about his left rear for some reason, like he doesn't want a much wedge in it.
How about the 4, Matt?
After about 25 laps in just about every run, it seems like tonight, the car has started to go away. The last 2 stops, Rodney Childers has tried to fix, as you mentioned, the front of the race car. It just would not cut to Harvick's liking. Wedge adjustments the past 2 stops.
Earnhardt moves to 4th ahead of Harvick. Highest Chevrolet in the race. One of the Fords expected to contend was Brad Keselowski, but now he's made a couple of pit stops and gone a lap down, Vince.
Well, we reported when he came in with that loose wheel that there was certainly some damage there as we saw them pull that wheel off. Well, there was stud damage, so they brought him in. He wasn't able to take the wave around. They brought him in to address that and then realized that the spacer plate, which was on the wheel, had broken off. So then they had to bring him in a second time to repair a bolt on that spacer plate. Brad a bit frustrated, but they've got it fixed and they should be good the rest of the way.
See, one of the things we talk about this 2 team particularly, they've got to quit making mistakes on pit road.
Yeah, you're right, DW. We talked about this earlier.
Yeah, it's every week it's something.
And I can understand the frustration there of Brad Keselowski. You know, you're inside the car. You don't know what they're seeing and what's going on. You just know that you're on pit road way too long.
Sitting still, not going anywhere.
There's only one car to lead a lap tonight that is not a Toyota. Chase Elliott led 1 lap in the cycle of green flag pit stops. Otherwise, Martin Truex and Carl Edwards have held court here tonight at 153 laps. Edwards now up by 1.5 seconds over Truex, Kenseth, Earnhardt, and Harvick. There's a strong Silverado for every style. Introducing the Midnight LD, the Midnight HD, the Rally, and the Real Tree Special Editions. Which one is your favorite? Vote now at twitter.com/Chevy Trucks.
Mike Dale Jr. just got around Matt Kenseth there to move into third place. So they must have gotten the car a little bit better for him.
I hope we can find out where he put his track bar at.
Oh, he'll let us.
What kind of adjustments?
He'll let us know in a little while.
But yeah, the car's looking good. This looks like a better run. And
yep.
Carl Edwards going to work on rookie Chris Buescher, puts him 2 laps down.
And we saw this happen earlier in the race when Carl Edwards was leading. Martin Truex Jr. is really solid, as we see a pass here, 18 to 48 for 6th position here between Kyle Busch and Jimmy Johnson. Kyle's starting to creep up in there. You know, I think they've been making some adjustments, and I think his car's starting to get a little bit better. He might be a factor in this thing. Jimmy doesn't want to give it up too easy, though.
Make it hard on the 18 car.
But what I was going to say about Carl Edwards is that they hold this gap between him and the 78, and then all of a sudden, about 5 laps later, and this is, you know, about 15-20 laps into run, all of a sudden that 78 just starts creeping in on him. So the 78's really got a good car in the long run.
Jamie?
Well, Carl Edwards now is saying his car is good for about the first 10 laps, and then it starts to go away, and that's what they were trying to work on in practice yesterday and make better. And they have been adjusting on it, Jeff. They made an air pressure adjustment the last stop. The car is good. It's just not as good after 10 laps.
Yeah, that's what I'm seeing up here, Jamie. It just seems like Carl's really good. He takes off super fast, maybe too fast. I mean, he might want to hold it back just a little bit, but then Truex just starts stalking him.
There's
4th place.
Yeah, the 4 car. Now, he's one of the few fast cars that we've seen work that outside. And he's been working that pretty hard most all night, really.
Oh, he's hoping he doesn't get blocked here by the 55.
Whoa. Yeah, Reed Sorensen.
Middle 3.
And the 4 breaks
and
through,
look who's coming. Kyle Busch coming into the picture.
Got his car a little bit better,
He's
too.
definitely gotten it better.
Matt.
Kevin Harvick would love to hit pit road as he's trying to hold off the 18 of Busch. That's not going to happen. Harvick says over the past 15 laps, the car has taken a turn for the worse. Simply plowing and extremely free on exit. Rodney Childers thinks during that last caution that they were picking up that rubber out of the racetrack, and that's why the track has turned to the tight side.
Well, they were on pit road 27 laps ago. Had a couple of caution laps after that, so we're not that far into this green flag run. How about Matt Kenseth, Vince?
Yeah, he was certainly victimized by the 4 of Harvick and the 18 of Kyle Busch, because Matt is got his hands full right now. Says the car is way loose on entry as Jimmy Johnson pursues him now, and he just doesn't like the feel of the way the left rear and the right front are working. They're going to try to work on it again at the next stop. It's been an adventure so far. A lot of changes to that 20, but they've kept him in the top 5 until now.
Vince, you guys, have you heard anybody say they like their car tonight? I don't think anybody out there likes their car.
No, these are tricky conditions. And, you know, talking about right front to left rear, those 2 corners of the car are really connected. When it leans on the right front, it pushes down the left rear and vice versa.
First Ford in the race, Ricky Stenhouse. Started 5th, running 10th.
Been doing a great job. And I've been watching this kid, and the car is really running well. He's gotten this little team is getting better and better every week, and they're starting to carry the banner here. He's running just ahead of Joey Logano, and just doing a great job.
Yeah,
tonight.
that used to be held by Greg Biffle. He was always the top Roush Fenway driver, but Ricky Stenhouse Jr. this year has really been, as you say, carrying that banner.
And that's encouraging for the Roush crew, because, boy, we know they've been struggling, but that 17 has really been coming around.
Carl Edwards has led 87 laps tonight. Pit crews at the ready for what would be their 3rd green flag stop of the evening.
NASCAR on Fox, presented by KFC, is sponsored by Bud Light. Raise one to right now. And by Credit One Bank, the official credit card of NASCAR.
Carl Edwards leading at 173 laps, 3 victories at Texas, last one at 2008 in the fall race here. Not leading anymore. Martin Truex Jr. pulls alongside in turn 4, trying to make the pass. The Sprint LTE Plus network delivers faster download speeds than other national carriers. Sprint better for less.
78 just down on that white line, and he is just digging, man.
When we get to this point in a run, his lap times are just so impressive. He can keep it on that white line better than anybody out there.
Craig Biffle and Kyle Larson are going to begin this round of green flag pit stops. And Larson had quite an entry.
Well, he's always spectacular, but even come to pit road.
He brought her in, boys.
The orange cone was very nervous.
That's how you do it. You get that back end hung out, get that thing headed down pit road.
So that opens the pit window with 159 laps to go. And Martin Truex leading Carl Edwards now by 0.6 of a second. Danica Patrick is in. Eric Almirola on the pit lane as well. We listened in on Chase Elliott, who's up to 8th place.
We definitely fired off closer. I feel like I'm paying for it here towards the end of this, but I think we got to be a little freer to start, like for work. Not necessarily much more than what we were at this run. I'm just saying, I think this is how you got to be, you know.
Matt Kenseth, Paul Menard, and others are in. Vince?
Yeah, just trying to get the balance better for Matt Kenseth. He had been running inside the top 5, slipped outside the top 5 on that run.
Martin Truex, Carl Edwards keeping close tabs on each other as they come down the pit lane. Matt?
Now the 78 of Truex is going to have to pull around the 27 of Menard. He's cocked sideways in the box. Now, not much about the balance of the race car this run. The previous run, the car was on the tight side. Cole Pern expected. You'd see him almost short pitting at about 40 laps a run, Jamie.
Carl Edwards loose, but not as bad. Falls off after 10 laps. There's the advantage right there. Drop the jack and hammer down. Don't have to worry about speeding. Guys, get woed up over there, Mike.
Fire on pit road. Dale Earnhardt Jr.'s pit.
I think it's just a little bit of fuel.
It ought to go out.
Yeah, it should go out.
They just got it put out on pit road, but quite a lot of flames there.
That was interesting. The 21 car left with the car on fire, and the 88 left with the car on fire.
Vince.
Yeah, the 48 wanted snugged up, so they're working on that, and the 17 of Ricky Stenhouse is in as well. You guys noted what a good run he's had, just trying to get a little more stability on entry for Ricky. Matt?
And Kevin Harvick is in. He said it could barely touch the throttle. Also, the car just wicked tight. They were going to reverse a wedge adjustment that they did on the 4 car on the previous stop.
Man, these pit stops are crazy tonight.
Let's go back to Dale Earnhardt Jr.'s stop and see what happened there.
I'm going to see. There you go.
Whoa.
When he pulled that can off, man.
Coming there. 4100 right here. 4100.
Then he almost gets hit this Brian Scott right there.
And then it blows out.
Yeah, no, I think we felt pretty confident. I'm curious to see what really ignited it there. Obviously something hot, that fuel spilled out.
Wow.
Crazy, man, crazy.
Well, prior to pit stops, Martin Truex had 0.6 of a second lead over Carl Edwards. And that flips about 1.2 seconds, so that Edwards now has half a second on Truex after pit stops.
Well, he had trouble getting. Martin Truex had trouble getting into his pit box there. There was a car that he had to go around to get into his box. That slowed his stop. That slowed him getting in the box down.
And the stop itself was slower by almost 2 seconds.
See, watch. There's a car right here, right. The 27 car, Menard. He had to go around him. He's in the box crooked. It doesn't seem like a big deal, but it throws off the timing of the stop a little bit.
Oh, absolutely. When they do their pit practice, the car is perfectly on all the marks, and it's straight. Doesn't take as long to get around to the right rear as it's pushed way out like that, so that definitely has an effect on it.
You know, guys, drivers do not like it when you get called to pit road and there's another car in the box around your car. So you want your crew to orchestrate when you come there, but tires are so important, they got to come in a hurry. But sometimes you need to wait a lap or two so it clears out.
Yeah, I agree, Michael. I always, was hoping that they would talk to the other cars around you, talk to those crew chiefs, say, hey, when are you coming? When are you coming? Just to keep that box open. But sometimes, as you mentioned, you can't always control that.
Yeah, and that's one thing that really aggravated me. Like if whoever called me in and there was a car in my way and they knew he was going to be in my way, I never liked that.
But Carl Edwards was coming in that lap. Truex, had he waited a lap, would have given up a lap's worth of time that Edwards would have been on fresher tires.
Yeah, well, you had no choice,
right.
But then you have a bad pit stop, so it's a trade-off almost to me.
Yeah, guys, when I look at Carl Edwards' pit crew versus Martin Truex Jr.'s pit crew all night long, 5 stops, 3 under green, 2 under caution. Carl Edwards' crew, their worst stop was 12.47. In fact, they've had 3 stops in the 11 seconds. The best stop for Martin Truex Jr. was stop number 3 at 12.64. You cannot give that up all night long, especially under these green flag stops.
Larry, the last time that Martin had a shot at winning this race 2 or 3 years ago, the 18 car had the #1 pit stop. I think it was the #1 pit stall, and that's what beat Martin on the last stop here 2 or 3 years ago. That #1 pit stall is worth a ton.
And the other thing I'm noticing here, DW, is the 19 car. He didn't take off and fire off as fast as he did. He's trying to make his car better on the long runs and save some of those tires like the 78's been doing.
Jamie, I'm guessing that fire in Dale Earnhardt Jr.'s pit were not from the candles on your birthday cake.
Yeah, no birthday cake candles down here. It was, in fact, the sparks from the lug nuts coming off of the old wheel. Right, guys, crew chief came down, talked to NASCAR, watched the video. The crew guys are watching the video as well. We've only seen this a couple of times over the past year, but that's the friction. That's how fast they're spinning.
Thanks, Jamie. And happy birthday to you and Matt Yoakum this weekend.
And to my sister, by the way, Carolyn, back in
Are you kidding me? Look at this. Chase Elliott's passing Kevin Harvick.
Those rookies, they just don't know what they don't know.
No.
I don't think that's a rookie. He just got a yellow bumper.
He's doing a great job. Dale Earnhardt Jr. lights things up in Fort Worth. A KFC mid-race report coming up.
NASCAR on Fox, presented by KFC, is sponsored by Sprint, proud sponsor of the NASCAR Sprint Cup Series. And by Toyota. Let's go places. Nearing 200 laps and live here, time for the Fox NASCAR mid-race report at Texas Motor Speedway. The start of the race delayed a couple of hours because of weather, but it hasn't slowed down Martin Truex Jr. and Carl Edwards. They led the most laps in the first half. Jeff, who are you keeping an eye on?
Well, I know those two Toyotas are really strong up there, but I'm looking at a Chevy. Dale Earnhardt Jr., he's been holding steady. They keep making adjustments, getting better. He won his very first Cup race ever right here in Texas. Jr. loves this track, and if there's a short run at the end, he's got a really good short run car as well.
Jeff, Kyle Busch qualified 15th. He's trying to win his 4th consecutive NASCAR race, just like at Martinsville. Adam Stevens making major changes on that car. We may see Kyle Busch bow into the crowd at the end of the night.
My guy started last, and he's raced all the way up inside the top 10. It's only taken half the race to do that. I look for Chase Elliott to have a really competitive second half and maybe get in contention to win his first ever Sprint Cup race. The rookie is tough.
I talked to my guy at the beginning of the race, Martin Truex Jr. Tonight, he gets his first win in that Toyota.
Carl Edwards came into the season with a brand new crew chief in Dave Rogers. They've been on a hot streak. They got their first pole of the season here in Texas. Tonight, they get their first victory together in Carl's 4th win at Texas.
I'm enjoying watching Ricky Stenhouse. He's been so good on the big tracks this year. 12th or better at all of them. 5th at Auto Club Speedway. He started 5th tonight. He's won an Xfinity Series race here. He's having a great run.
Mike, Jimmie Johnson going for his 4th straight Texas win, currently 5th. He's been as high as 4th and as low as 27th. And Darrell mentioned Truex. It's been 28 races since his last win. Remember, he lost at the Daytona 500 by 1/100th of a second. The mid-race leader in Texas has won only a third of the time. And there have been 5 overtime finishes here. So this race could be headed for an even later night. You're watching NASCAR on Fox live from Texas.
luck down there. Let's have a big one tonight. Copy that. The outside line on both straightaways seems damp. Definitely seems wet spot seeping up out of the track.
Can we do something about pit road? Easy, pal. We're making big changes up there. And hold on, I tell you, I know he ain't gonna move out of the way. I know what I'm doing here.
Let me put it into perspective. We ran the last run 0.7 up. We finished that run 2 inches down. That's perspective for us.
202 laps complete. Battle for the lead heating up between Carl Edwards and Martin Truex Jr. They're 4 seconds ahead of Dale Earnhardt Jr., Matt Kenseth, and Kyle Busch. Looking down from the front straightaway from the spotter stand. Brad Keselowski almost caused a big moment for the leader as Edwards came up to lap the deuce.
You see the white car there. I think.
Look at that 19
Brad
roll
is
through
just
the center of the corner.
Yeah, I think Brad was just, I think he was doing all he could do. You see him wobbling, trying to get up out of the corner and get out of the way, but that's just how much faster the 19 is than the 2 right now.
And the 19 hooked that white line, the paint down there. Sometimes it gives you a little extra grip. Yeah, the 2's just, that's what I love about Brad. I mean, he drives the wheels off of it. They just don't have the car to keep up with these guys.
He's trying to get out of the way. He was trying to get in the gas, get up out of the way, almost lost it.
And Martin Truex was right there, but did not force the issue. Between Edwards and Truex, they have now led, as they come around, 200 out of 205 laps tonight between the two of them.
Yeah, but here's the difference that I'm seeing, and I talked about this before we went to the break. In the past, he hasn't had to push the issue. When we got to this stage of a run, he would run up on that 19 pretty easy and be able to get inside or make the pass happen. It's not happening that easy this time. I think Carl and that team are starting to figure out some things to make their cars better.
Back at 5th place, Kyle Busch is 8 seconds off of the lead.
Why is it every time I need a little bit of rear grip, I go down on the track, so I spin out? I'm faster than the guy in front of me. I just can never pass any of them. We can do it. 30-93. Good lap. You're the quickest.
That guy in front of him, Matt Kenseth, is going to use the 46 as a pick here. Michael Annett to get past his teammate.
Yeah, Kyle's one of those drivers that he gets animated on the radio and he gets excited, but it doesn't prevent him from still focusing on what he has to do to get his car dialed in. As we look pass for the lead here.
This is when I get excited right here, trying to go 3 wide off turn 2 back there. Danica Patrick up on the outside, kind of a pick for the 78 of Martin Truex.
But again, Martin does not force the issue, taking his time.
Well, and you can't, when the tires are falling off this much and the grip level is going away, you can't force the issue. What you have to do is find a way to just ease up on the tires, find a different lane, search around there, wait for them to either make a mistake or find an area on the track where you're a little bit stronger.
Well, we saw that with Brad Keselowski. He was trying to get out of Carl's way. The harder he tried, the worse it was. So that's what you run into. You just got to be patient with these things.
There he goes.
Truex to the bottom.
Now,
and patience pays off.
I got to believe, I don't know if I didn't see it, but I almost wondered, did Carl point him to the inside? That looked fairly easy to me. Carl's been fighting him really, really hard for that lead right there.
I think that's smart, though, Jeff. Even if he did or didn't, Carl knew that Martin was faster than him and let him go.
I think Carl wants to follow him and see what he's got that he doesn't.
Earnhardt on pit road. The rest will be there soon. Jamie.
Dale Jr., they were talking like, it sounded like they were talking about a loose wheel, and they said they got 3 tight but wanted another one. So I'm speculating there exactly what happened, but Junior kept saying, I'm ready to come in whenever you are. So obviously hitting very early for the 88.
I don't know, Jamie. Looked like something was weird with the right rear as he went down pit road.
He only ran 32 green flag laps there. And in the wall goes Josh Wise. Caution. He had tagged the wall earlier and came in for repair, and now he's up against it, and we're under yellow for the 3rd time tonight.
Yeah, the 30 had actually been in the garage, and saw him almost cause this a second ago.
Vince?
Yeah, the 20 of Matt Kenseth came in. He said it was way better that run, but about 30 laps in, it turned wicked loose.
Tell you what, the 48's going to go a lap down here. The 20 car actually stayed on the lead lap, I believe.
Guys, where Kenseth and Johnson are pitting, what they had to do is beat the leader, Martin Truex Jr., to equal to the start-finish line across pit road. It's an imaginary line that goes all the way across. The 20 did beat the 78. I'm to your point, Jeff. I think the 48 did not. He'll go a lap down. The good news for Matt Kenseth at 20, they should be leading this race when it all cycles through.
Yeah, this is going to work really well for the 20.
Now, at the moment of caution, Dale Earnhardt Jr. was the first car 1 lap down. He'll get the free pass. And to Larry's point, Kenseth has now made his stop, so everybody else will make a pit stop under caution. If Matt does not, then he'll be the leader. There's Josh Wise up and in the wall, turn 3.
Got the car, they'd actually taken it to the garage once and worked on it, come back out.
Pretty hard hit.
Yeah,
Yes,
that was a really hard hit. Look how flat the right side of that car is from that impact.
Got fluid running out the front of the car, so they require a good bit of cleanup.
Josh is okay and out of the car, waiting for the rest of the field to file by under caution. Then he'll go down to the ambulance, take the mandatory ride to the care center to be checked out.
Now we've got a little bit of a debate going on here on the racetrack between the 48 and probably NASCAR, but you know, they said that the 88 was the free pass car, and we saw where the 48, as Larry mentioned, was not at the start-finish line when the 78 went by. I think that Chad and Jimmy and them are arguing that point, and they're probably going to have to go back to video to prove it.
So they'd be saying they were the first car 1 lap down as they approached that line that Larry spoke of.
Yeah, and then that's the other side of it. They know they were a lap down. They just think they're the free pass car instead.
I just tell Chad one thing: do not take your headset off.
Because right in front of Jimmy Johnson is the 88. So obviously even NASCAR is not quite certain on this. Oh, sorry, it's not the 88.
The reason that Dale Jr. came in early, the left rear was loose on the number 88.
Yeah, here's the 48. Got to make some adjustment here. I'm not sure what's going to happen.
Yeah, I think Chad sent the 48 by, and I think now NASCAR's saying no.
All right, here is Truex coming to start finish.
20 just crossed over the start-finish line. You can see that the start-finish line, I believe it's right at, oh, sorry, I got it.
Might be right there,
I think it's right there.
Yeah. And the 48's, it's him back here. This
him
is
and
48
the
back here.
So the 20 was clearly past the line. The 48 was not.
And so now I guess they'll hold the 48 and put him back in his spot.
So race control is now checking on the position of all the cars that were a lap down at the time of the caution.
But again, now here we go back to the free pass, because they were giving it to the 88, but wouldn't it be the 48?
That's the question they're resolving right now.
It may or may not be. It's just have to wait and see here. Love those lug nuts stuck on his helmet.
Yeah, and the LED lights. Everybody's wearing Michael's wearing LED lights in his built into his glasses.
Well, I can tell you, based on what I'm seeing on the wheels and them gluing up these lug nuts, they need less of those these days than they
Doesn't need
used
one
to.
on his helmet, does he? I know where the 5th one is. It's on his helmet.
There's a wheel with the lug nuts glued up right there. Only 4 of them.
Hey, guys, I just want to make sure and clear this rule up. If you're pitting before the start-finish line, you have to beat the leader to that start-finish line that grows across pit road. If you're pitting beyond the start-finish line, then you have to beat him to the exit of the pit road. In the case of Kenseth, he's pitting well before the start-finish line that goes across pit road. I just wanted to make sure we're nice and clear on that.
Right, Larry, absolutely. I've actually been in this position, and I've been burned on it, where you come into your pit stall, you actually, your crew chief says, yeah, we're going to stop, but you only have to make it to the start-finish line if you're on that half of the pit road. If you're on the other half, pitting on the other half past the start-finish line, then you have to beat them to the end of pit road.
Now, pit road is still closed as NASCAR reviews the position of the cars, and that will determine who gets to pit this time around and review who the free pass car is.
That was always a consider. I'm sorry, Mike, go ahead.
Well, it's one of the most complicated things in our sport. When the caution comes out and the leader is coming to the line and there are people on pit road, timing and scoring does a good job, but they need to back that up even with video.
Even this doesn't happen very often, but one of the things we were always kind of adamant about was hitting past the start-finish line for this very situation.
I love looking from turn 4 down pit road on this, the first night race of the year. It looks like the neon lights on Broadway because many of the 40 teams have used these neon lights to illuminate the pit boards and help guide their driver into their pit stall. Some of them are really creative.
I've never
pretty
seen,
sharp. Isn't that
I've
great?
never seen pit road lit up like this. I mean, they are taking it to a whole nother level. I even saw with the 88, they have a sign that hangs above their pit stall, and the sign board that they put right in front of the car are both lit up with these neons.
48 front of the 38. 48 front of the 38. Road's closed.
I want to take this even a step further if we have time to describe this. In my opinion, it's really beneficial to actually pit before the start-finish line in this situation, because you're talking about you come off of off the racetrack at speed, you get into your pit stall. Now you only have to go to the start-finish line. If you pit on the other side, DW, that means you got to come all the way down pit road real slow. You're losing time to the cars out under green, and then if you cross the line, you come into your pit stall, then the caution comes out. Now you've got to make it all the way to the end of pit road. So to me, it's very beneficial in this situation to be in the first half of those stalls.
And that's how Dale Jr. won Phoenix last year.
But when the caution comes out, you have to slow down, and so it's probably 6 of one, half of another.
Yeah, let's get down to the 48 pit and Vince.
Well, and while you guys are trying to sort that out, and Chad Knaus is trying to sort it out as well, now they believe maybe they didn't get all the lugs tight on the left rear when Jimmy came in on that pit stop. Jimmy's feeling a vibration, so they're going to consider here bringing Jimmy back down pit road to make sure that left rear is tight.
That's a man that's in deep thought right there about this whole process.
So pit road remains closed. They have removed Josh Wye's car, and it's now being dragged to the garage. Heavy hit between 3 and 4. Now, you look straight across the start-finish line, and here comes the yellow car of Matt Kenseth. He passes the line. There's Martin Truex. Passed the line well before.
Back here, there's no doubt
Jimmy
in my
Johnson.
mind. There's no doubt in my mind the 48 is definitely down a lap. It's whether or not he's the free pass car.
All right, pit road's open. Matt.
Cole Pearn told me the key tonight for Truex is to keep the car cutting to the center of the corner. The second half of this last run, the car really came to him, but it was a little bit tight down in the middle of 3 and 4 where the tunnel is. Jamie.
Chase Elliott doing a heck of a job tonight. Started in the back, now he's up to 4th. Says all he wants is a water. They're going to make a wedge adjustment, 4 tires, air pressure. Carl Edwards said all we need to do is beat the 78. The car is good. Another air pressure adjustment. It's a drag race. The 19 gets it.
That #1 pit stall, man, it's just so hard to beat that.
There's your race off pit road. Carl Edwards.
There he goes.
And a wheel rolls away.
NASCAR on Fox, presented by KFC, is sponsored by Nationwide. Nationwide is on your side. And by Kentucky Fried Chicken, Colonel Quality Guaranteed. Tomorrow, UFC Fight Night returns to FS1. Heavyweights will rule the octagon. Ben Rothwell taking on former champ Junior Dos Santos. It's tomorrow, special time, 11:30 Eastern on FS1, or watch it live on Fox Sports Go. We've been slugging it out here, and Matt Kenseth is your leader. Toyotas, the top 4 spots with 116 laps to go with Michael Waltrip. Chris Myers, nice to have you watch in case you joined us late. We started late. It rained a couple of hours, but once they got going, NASCAR had that competition caution coming out. Problems for Jimmy Johnson coming out of the pits.
Early in the race, Kyle Busch and Jimmy Johnson were the fastest 2 cars here. They both suffered a little bit damage there. They've not been that fast since.
Meanwhile, Martin Truex and Carl Edwards dominating the first half of this race, trading the lead back and forth. Edwards has led 124 laps. Truex 87. Dale Earnhardt Jr. has been in the top 5. Had a little problem in the pits, but they've got the fire out. He handled it, hoping to hang in there. And Carl Edwards, who has turned the fastest time in this race, just over 192 miles per hour, currently right behind Matt Kenseth. Kenseth has been the hard luck loser so far this year, having opportunities for victory. But Michael, just our 4th caution. We've seen guys on short runs, the long runs. It's a balancing act. Which drivers have done the best with which?
Well, you've got Edwards, who's got a blazing fast car right after they pit, but then Truex tracks him down and takes the lead. These 2 cars, like you said, Chris, have been dominant. Matt Kenseth has been looking for a break all year long. He got his pit work done before the caution flew. He's assumed the lead in this race. He's got a fast Toyota as well. Look for Kenseth to try to establish himself as a dominant guy in the second half.
Rookie Chase Elliott, quite a day, having to start at the back, worked his way up. The 20-year-old in the 24 car, currently running 5th. Remember, Dale Earnhardt Jr. is the only rookie who won here in Texas. That was his first Cup victory.
Yeah, and you watch Chase Elliott, it reminds you a lot of the guy who used to drive that 24 car, Jeff Gordon. He is so solid here at Texas tonight. He's making moves around this track and fighting his way to the front. He's my pick to get up there and contend for this victory.
Speaking of Jeff Gordon, he's ready to call the rest of this race with Darrell Waltrip and Mike Joy.
Thanks, Chris. We can now sort out the issue of who was the first car 1 lap down on that caution, and it was as called. It was Dale Earnhardt Jr. When we saw the cars on pit road racing to the line to try to beat Martin Truex to the line that extends all the way across pit road, the caution had already flown. Right. The first car a lap down had already been decided, and that was Earnhardt. So it was only a matter not of whether Jimmy Johnson would be the first car 1 lap down, but whether he would stay on the lead lap or be a lap behind.
Yeah, so just think of it this way. At the time the caution came out, Junior was the first car 1 lap down. Exactly. He gets the free pass.
And now we're on 1 lap to go, so we get to go back to racing.
That's right.
We got this sorted out. Let's go racing. Yeah.
So a little confusion, but all resolved now. So Earnhardt will join the lead lap cars. There will be 14 of them. When we go back to green, we're at 220 laps. Problems for Kevin Harvick. Too fast entering pit road, and a tire got away. Watch the rear tire. Yeah, as they work the left side here.
This guy right here, one of the gas guys, is supposed to catch that thing, but it hit the wall and bounced out, and he couldn't get to it.
And that'll roll all the way across pit road to the grass.
Almost got Hamlin in the process. There she goes.
Be a penalty for Harvick, so he will go to the tail end.
And Harvick's been hard on this pit crew lately. I mean, this is not good for Harvick and that bunch.
Well, again, he can't say too much. He was speeding coming down pit road. Hey, Matt, you got more on that?
Too fast, Jeff, in section 4, the section right before their pit box. Harvick says the car is just out of control. It will not repeat. 1 minute it's loose, 1 minute it's free. A lot of work still ahead on the 4th.
Now, Jimmy Johnson took the wave around, so he will be back on the lead lap. However,
how did he get the wave around? The 20 car was ahead of him,
and he will be without benefit of having pitted on this caution.
Yeah, now I'm really confused.
I am too. Now.
It was all clear until then.
We're going to restart. Kenseth, Edwards, Truex, Kyle Busch, 4 Toyotas up front, green flag.
Look at that. All those Gibbs cars right up front racing for the win here, racing for the lead right now. But what a night they're having.
Look at Joey Logano coming on the outside. We saw him have some early run speed earlier in the race.
They've been working on that little car. Hadn't been all that great. It's been hanging around the top 10, but Logano all of a sudden showing a little speed here, and man, did he go into third turn. Woo!
Now he's only got a short window of opportunity out there on the outside before he's got to get down to the bottom.
I think he'll do that just fine.
Whoa, 11 and the 24 almost got together right there.
Something's wrong with Carl Edwards. He's off the pace. Something is.
He's got a problem.
Something's happened. Man, he's going to get run over.
The field flies by our pole sitter.
Yeah, he's going to come to pit road, I believe.
Definitely got a problem. Not sure what it is just yet. Looks like
after leading 100.
Bring it to us. See as quick as I can without wrecking it.
Edwards led 124 laps, and now
sounds like a flat tire to me. He said he's trying to come back without wrecking it.
Maybe they made contact and it cut the tire or a valve stem or something.
He comes to pit road.
It's a wheel, guys. 4 tires.
Oh.
Under green.
We're going to get our lap back. We're going 1 second.
Jamie?
And you heard it there. The crew didn't know what was going on because Carl hadn't said anything other than he was trying to save it. So he's saying something is wrong with one of the wheels. Carl right now saying he's not sure which one. He's bringing it down pit road. He's been the dominant car tonight. They're going to change all 4. Tough break for the 19.
If I had to guess, it's one of those left sides where they're only hitting 4 lug nuts. Maybe they only had 3.
Guys, I'm looking at a replay of the pit stop on our Eagle system. Looked like to me the right front had maybe 2-3 lug nuts most. Let's take a look at it right here. Watch this area right here on the right front. And what you're going to see when that tire cure goes away, see how the tire's bouncing right there? And he barely 2 to 3 lug nuts. I promise you that's the problem.
Yeah, that wasn't even close, Larry. Good grief, you only got 4 over there, and you didn't get any of those tight.
Great job, Larry.
Well, on the first 3 4-tire pit stops of the night, Carl Edwards' crew had the 3 fastest stops of the entire night. They make a miscue here.
One of the things that's really bothered me is, you know, we've been suspecting that they've been doing 4 lug nuts, 3 lug nuts, but when they make it so obvious by not even putting the nut on there, that's just, I don't know how NASCAR is going to look at all that. I think they may have to take a hard look at that.
But again, DW, we're pretty sure that's on the left side. On the right side, we think they're hitting 5, but you got to hit the lug nuts that are on the wheel first.
Exactly, but I've just never known them to be so blatant with, you know, just actually leaving it off and we're looking at it and seeing it and watching
we brag on these pit crews, especially Joe Gibbs Racing and their pit crew, but that's the problem when you're going that fast. When you're doing it consistently and the competition's on the line, you go too fast and you miss one, you get out of rhythm, and all of a sudden you've got a loose wheel.
Well, the dead giveaway, Jeff, is 11-second pit stops. That's physically impossible.
Hard to do that every single time without making a mistake.
And Matt Yoakum showed us earlier the 78 was only gluing up 4 nuts on the left and the right side.
I know. I just say it's become pretty blatant and pretty obvious.
Matt Kenseth has led in 6 of the 7 races this season. His best finish, though, 7th at Phoenix. Vince.
Yeah, it's hard to believe, Mike, with as well as they've run this season during the stretch of races, their average finish is 18.5. Matt has talked throughout the course of tonight about how dirty and turbulent the air is and how it's affected his race car. But boy, being out front, just what the doctor ordered for that clean air really helps chill a lot of things.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if Martin Truex can chase down the 20 like he was able to do the 19 of Carl Edwards. Over the long haul, the 78 has really been the best car.
14 cars on the lead lap. Now, based on fuel mileage, we need only 1 more pit stop for Sunoco race fuel. But based on tire wear, it's going to take 2 more stops at least to get us to the checkered flag. 100 laps to go in Texas. Chase Elliott is the biggest mover. After they drained the transmission fluid yesterday, they saw a little bit of metal on the magnetic drain plug. Changed the transmission, so he started last. He has jumped up to 5th as the lead is at stake.
Well, this is what the 78 Martin Truex was able to do the 19 after a few laps. He was always better than the 19 on the long run. Same way with the 20 now. But the guy that's really lurking right behind these two is the 18 car. You see that green car back there of Kyle Busch. They've really adjusted on that car and got it very competitive.
I agree, DW, but I really thought when the 78 and the 20 got side by side, we were going to see that green Interstate Batteries car just fly by both of them, but he wasn't able to do it.
Martin Truex's pit crew reacts as he
really man, baby, really man.
Oh boy.
That car is sponsored by Bass Pro Shops, right?
They got me a big one, boy. They got me a big one. I love that.
You know, we talk about Chase Elliott, who is now up in the top 5 after starting last. Right behind him, Austin Dillon, top 10 again for Dillon. He's 6th. He's been top 10 in 4 of the 6 races this season.
And Mike, you know what's impressive about that? You don't think about these young kids having a lot of patience, but that 3 car is a good example of what patience, working on your car and getting it good for the end of the race is really paying off for them.
What I'm starting to see, DW and Mike, is just, you know, this is consistently happening week in and week out. Cars showing speed. They seem to get better as the race goes on, and they find themselves in this position week in and week out.
Yeah.
That's something that you build on.
Here's the 17 car of Stenhouse Jr., Trevor Bayne. There's a couple of Roush cars.
And for 2nd place, Kyle Busch going after his teammate Matt Kenseth.
Boys, we're not going to have to get that broom out again, are we?
You know,
for a weekend sweep,
another
it's entirely possible.
You know, one thing I do want to point out, this is the first time that Matt Kenseth's been in the lead and controlled the restart. And going back to what Carl Edwards learned, when I look at the lap times, Matt took off super hard. He really was abusive on the tires because the lap times he was running to maintain that lead, and now it's really fallen off. Whoever gets control of that lead has to really back it off and hold back as much as they possibly can to make those tires live longer.
Kind of mind the gap. Don't drive off and leave everybody like we've seen Truex do. I mean, he could back that thing up a lot and still maintain the lead, and he might want to think about doing that.
Also in the top 10, Jamie McMurray having a strong run here in Texas tonight, Matt.
2 career wins, Mike, on a 1.5-mile racetrack. He's running in the 10th position. The car, if anything, just a little bit on the free side. Jamie just excels with tire management, making his tires last. The car, a long-run car, and it's showing.
He's trying to reel in Denny Hamlin in 9th place, about 0.8 of a second in front of McMurray.
They're pretty much running the same lap times, a 19 to a 21, so it's going to take a while for him to do that, if he can. McMurray trying to chase down Hamlin.
Now just out of the top 10, Kurt Busch in 11th. He's 11 seconds off the lead. Dale Earnhardt Jr. 12 seconds off the lead in 12th place. Then Jimmy Johnson and Kevin Harvick are the other 2 cars that are on the lead lap.
Tony Gibson was not here until today. He flew in today with the team. His wife had been in the hospital. I think I'm not sure she got to go home yet or not. She's still in the hospital, right?
That's correct.
So we wish her well.
Yep. Martin Truex Jr. has led 95 laps so far to Carl Edwards' 124. 91 laps to go in Texas. 86 laps to go. Let's update the Coca-Cola family of drivers. Led by Joey Logano in 4th, Austin Dillon in 6th, Denny Hamlin also in the top 10. Looking at probably 2 more pit stops based on the tire wear so far tonight. Martin Truex Jr. in front of Kyle Busch by almost 3 seconds. And we're keeping a close eye on Chase Elliott, who radioed in concern about a vibration.
Hey, I recognize that guy. Tony Morse, Bass Pro Shops.
So let's hear what Chase Elliott called in.
Stuck on the wheel tight. Yeah, you got a vibration? Yep. It's getting worse? Yeah. Didn't notice it just a few laps ago. It's about the same. I don't think it's any worse. I'll come.
So keeping an eye on that. Alan Gustafson atop the pit box. There are fast cars and slow cars, and sometimes the track just isn't wide enough for all of them. Watch Chase Elliott come up on Jeffrey Earnhardt here.
It's never wide enough for Kyle Larson.
Kyle Larson and Jeffrey Earnhardt.
I mean, it's an amazing save by Jeffrey Earnhardt there, because that was a pretty big hit from the 42 behind it. Jumped him sideways. Luckily, he was in the banking and straightened it out. Now remember, Carl Edwards, it's a lap down, had to come in also with a vibration, loose wheel. You know, go back to Chase Elliott as he talks about that vibration. That's the first thing a crew chief is going to ask, or a driver is going to think about, is the vibration getting any worse? Because typically when it's a loose wheel, if the vibration gets loose, or you know, gets worse, you know that it's a loose wheel, and you know you got to get to pit road. It's something you don't want to risk.
These guys are getting a lot of experience with loose wheels. They're starting to identify them.
Guys, let's talk about the strategy here now with 81 laps to go. We've been seeing 40-lap runs under green. If you start backlogging it, that means the next stop could come at 254 and 294. That evens it out to 2 40-lap runs. But they go back to going back racing 221, you can even it out to 38 laps. I think we may see those drivers come to pit road about lap 258, 259, and then again somewhere around 297.
Losing way too much time to him right now. We're in a one-stop window. A lot of guys might try it. Some guys won't. It all depends if we think there's going to be a caution or not.
Wow.
I like that. I mean, that's a definite maybe.
Be a long way to go on a set of tires, won't it?
Woo. Yeah, guys, they'd have to go up to about lap 280, and I just don't think a lot of teams are going to try that.
They're just going to lose so much time to those on new tires, aren't they, Larry?
Yeah, well, last time by, Larry, lap time was 31:44 on Truex, and he's a little bit quicker than everybody else. So, I mean, they've slowed down again about 2.5 seconds.
That would mean Kyle Busch would have to run 25 more laps from right now to make this a one-stop race. Denny Hamlin is in, Matt.
Mike, pretty much the entire night, Denny Hamlin fighting a very loose race car on the 11. They've made significant adjustments to the Toyota, haven't really made the improvements that he has wanted.
Brian Scott also made a stop. A couple more coming in. Jamie McMurray in the pit lane and his teammate Kyle Larson.
McMurray pits out a 13th spot there. Larson's running 18th. He's a lap down.
Well, this opens the window for a 2-stop race. As Larry pointed out, about 3 more laps and we should see the leaders. 2 to 3 laps.
I'm sure that 24 will be happy to get on pit road.
And the 17. Trend we've been seeing all night is once somebody comes, they all come. And look at the line of cars coming to pit road right now.
Vince?
the 17 of Ricky Stenhouse Jr. They've just been fighting loose, particularly loose in throughout the course of the night. They had a couple of runs a bit ago where the car wasn't very good, but it's getting better. He's been inside the top 10 most of the night. Chassis adjustment there as well. The 48 of Jimmy Johnson just loose in the higher he runs. He said he's tried to help that with his own driving line. The 20 of Matt Kenseth is in as well. Kenseth said the car's not terrible, but he just doesn't have the grip that he needs. Loose in, tight center. It just goes away on him about 25 laps into the race.
All right, leader is in. Martin Truex Jr. comes in, and he pits with a 6-second lead on Kyle Busch. Dale Earnhardt Jr. getting service. 4 tires, Sunoco race fuel, and the 78 slides to a stop. Matt.
Martin Truex Jr. chasing his 4th career win. All 3 came in the month of June. No chassis adjustments on the 78. The car just hugs that white line. Really good on the bottom. Service complete.
And Kyle Busch in as well. Trevor Bayne picks up the lead. He's the first Ford to lead today.
Talked to Trevor. He said the team was really thinking they were getting a handle on the car and starting to have some pretty good runs. He had trouble last week at Martinsville, but nice run tonight by just about all the Roush cars.
Look at this closing rate on the 18 and the 6. Wow, that's the difference between new tires and old tires.
43 laps worth of difference.
I'd want to come in and get me some tires, just keep getting run over.
Yeah, I mean, you do this because you think the caution's going to come out. You don't do this because you think, well, we're going to make a green flag stop and take it all the way to the end.
Difference
15.
there, almost 15 miles an hour.
Wow. Yeah, you can't stay out there long. He's going to have to get to pit road here really quick, or the caution's going to have to come out.
Now, wait, boys, if you're Trevor Bayne, you hadn't read it. I don't know if he's led a race all year or not. I think I'd maybe take advantage of this a little while anyway. Well, fire.
All right, get that rotor back now. All clear.
Well, he's got a 23-second lead
Truex
and plenty of fuel.
Truex
Let's keep watching that lead. It's going to go down in a hurry.
I don't care if I'm going to lead this race till I have to come in.
That lap, he was nearly 3 seconds slower than Truex. So at that rate, in 7 laps, Truex would have the lead.
I'm going to pit in 6.
Coming outside, clear behind him.
Right now, he's just wanting to keep it going straight and stay on the racetrack. That thing is loose.
You don't want to be the caution.
Well, first laps he's led since May of 2014 at Talladega.
There you go. That's what I'm talking about. Take advantage of it, son. But don't get run over. Don't get run over. Oh my goodness!
Look at Truex. That difference is steady at what, 10 miles an hour or more, 20.
But he's losing even more time than he would, because he's having to avoid all these cars on new tires. So it's only costing him more time by being out there.
The good news is you're the leader. The bad news is you're about to be toast.
Yeah, well, he's going to be a lap down after they come in.
The bad news is you got to pit.
And what's sad, guys, they're almost making their bed, and they're going to have to lay in it here right away.
Yep. They're going to need a caution and hope it's not them.
I give him another lap or two here, and then he can pit, and he'll be good to go.
Trevor Bayne leads by 15 seconds. With 70 laps to go.
That is a comfortable lead at this time.
And like Larry says, if they made their bet, are they really going to try to do this on just one more stop?
I think they got to now. I think that's the plan.
There's Truex and heading off into 3. There's Bayne up in 4.
I know this
last time by 2 seconds.
I know this isn't going to work out for Trevor in the 6, but I like it.
Oh,
I like it.
It's great for us to talk about, and I want it to work out for him. I think it'd be awesome if it worked out for him.
If they do what everybody else does, their chances of winning the race are slim.
That's right.
Still don't know if they'll win the race, but they're hoping to finish better than they would have if they'd stayed on the same cycle as everybody else.
Well, and this goes back to the chase. You know, the chase is all about winning.
Right.
So you're going to take extra risks and chances, and this is what I love about the chase. And one of the many things I love about it is you'll take these kinds of risks. Now, at the end of the day, there's somebody very possible it's going to get in by points. So, you know, they could go back to this day and say, hey, look how many points we lost because we didn't win.
Right. Matt? All right, Trevor Bayne's lead now cut to 9.5 seconds by a hard-charging Martin Truex.
Poor.
Trevor Bayne's lead has been erased. Here comes Truex, and there he goes. Trevor Bayne led 12 laps. He's the only Ford to lead tonight, and he's the only driver, well, no, one of two drivers. He and Danica Patrick are on this one-stop strategy. Here's your Busch race summary. Martin Truex, the new leader. 14 cars on the lead lap, 15 lead changes among 8 drivers. 4 caution flags, counting the green-yellow start for 24 laps. Dale Earnhardt Jr. coming on Denny Hamlin for 7th place. Let's take an inside ride with the 88, sponsored by Nationwide.
Outside and clear. Bumper clear. A little shake.
Earnhardt in 7th, 15 seconds off the lead.
You lay that lap that we just listened to Dale Jr. over a qualifying lap where they just barely burped the throttle. That's where the speed is. You roll in slow, you stay out of the throttle a long, long time, and then you pick it up slowly to get up off the corner. And that's where the speed is.
Since the restart, Jimmie Johnson's gained just 1 spot. That pass of Kurt Busch moves him to 13th.
Yeah, it just goes to show you what happens when you get further back in traffic and all the, you know, aerodynamics of these cars. Track position's still important. Hey, look who's on pit road.
Yeah, he's pitting at 275 with 59 to go. They can go to the end on fuel. Now, my trends of the race say The average of the last caution in our last 10 spring races here at Texas, 51 laps to go, about 7 laps from now. Matt.
Larry Mack, before the pit cycle started, Trevor Bayne had been running in the 8th position. Overall, just losing grip. His biggest issue right before his pit stop was loose on entry.
Danica Patrick also pitted. She's the other driver on that one-stop strategy, along with Trevor Bayne. A.J. Allmendinger, second last week at Martinsville, 22nd tonight.
That's how close he gets to that wall. Whoa.
Oh, he's been running right up against the DW the whole race. I don't think anybody's gotten closer than A.J. Allmendinger. Wow, look how big that bump is. That shows you how severe that bump is right in the middle of the corner. There's another one down at the other end, but you could really see his head move around.
Oh, yeah, and just think you do that 334 laps. That's a long race, boy. Long.
Yellow.
There's another one.
Caution is out. Debris in the front straightaway puts us under caution for the 5th time.
Boy, if only Trevor Bayne could have stayed out.
I know.
One or two more laps, it would have really paid off
It would have
for him.
been huge.
Because all these cars are going to have to come down pit road and get tires, so it would have put him in the top 3.
But he can take the wave around because he won't have. I mean, I know he needs. His tires
That's
are pretty
true.
good.
Yeah, I think he'll definitely take the wave around, Larry.
Now, everybody could make it from here on fuel. Of course, we know everyone's going to get 4 fresh tires as well. So this is going to be interesting how this unfolds.
These cautions always fall at that interesting time.
56 laps to go for this one. And Casey Kane will get the free pass.
Casey Kane was running the 14th spot.
And pit road is open for what, as Larry says, should they care to gamble, could be the final stop of the night. Vince?
Matt Kenseth coming into pit from the 3rd place position. He said it doesn't feel like the balance is all that bad, but they just haven't had the speed that they needed. He made note that when Kyle passed him, he put a little, almost a straightaway on him with the speed differential. So they've been working on this 20 car throughout the course of the night, but they just haven't quite gotten it where they want it. Matt?
Big swings tonight for the 18 and Kyle Busch. Adam Stevens made a huge adjustment. They pulled a spring rubber on one stop, also made a packer change on another. The car still needs a little more balance change. Wedge adjustment on the previous stop. And Martin Truex Jr. on the bottom, 11.6, solid stop by the 78 guys, Jamie.
And the 22, Joey Logano, had a slight vibration early in that run, but it was fine after that. Takes off on the splitter, but hung on better that time. Came in 4th, and he goes out 4th. Vince?
Well, guys, they had a problem on the 20. Didn't get the left rear tight, so Matt Kenseth is going to have to come back. And
What
you guys have
the
documented the troubles they've had throughout the course of the season. Add this one to the list.
Better to find it now than after they go green.
Goodness gracious, man! You got to get these lug nuts tight.
Kenseth came out 3rd behind Truex and Kyle Busch.
A lot of pressure on these guys on pit road, those pit stops, and how fast you can do it is crucial.
Track truck stops just shy of the start finish line to pick up a piece of debris. We're under caution in Texas.
Live here in Texas, Matt Kenseth, problems on pit road moments ago with Michael Waltrip. It's been adventurous all night. Some have had issues, some have recovered well. Early, Kyle Busch and Jimmy Johnson.
Yeah, contact on pit road. That set these two back early in the going. Kyle's been able to recover. Jimmy not quite back there yet.
Martin Truex Jr. has led 121 laps. The Jackman has trouble, but they didn't lose ground here. They were able to recover. Meanwhile, Dale Earnhardt Jr., his crew with a fire on pit road. This didn't cost him at the time.
Yeah, and when he gets on the track, that flame blows out. But you know, Chris, what I've noticed lately, and look how close things are on pit road. Pit road's been so busy, guys on and off all night long because the tire's wearing out.
And Harvick, an uncontrolled tire. They lost 10 positions, the 4-car. Very frustrating. Carl Edwards not getting all the lug nuts on. He has yet to recover, and he's dominated tonight.
He was up front, and he's fallen by the wayside. The latest to do that, like you mentioned, is Matt Kenseth. He's in trouble now. But lately, Kyle Busch has been solid on pit road, but also gaining on Martin Truex Jr. His car's just as fast as Truex at this point in the race.
And across the board, Joey Logano, they pick up a spot, they pick up 4, they pick up 2. His pit crew the most consistent without any lost ground. He is currently running 3rd.
Yeah, and that's the reason for his success. We've seen some of the top competitors falling on problems on pit road. It's been a tough race.
Dale Earnhardt Jr. currently running 6th here, and can't say enough. Denny Hamlin has all of a sudden appeared.
Yeah, and that's just because of solid night. We haven't seen the speed out of Hamlin that we've seen out of the other cars, but he just hadn't had any issues.
But again, Martin Truex Jr. lost by 1/100th of a second at Daytona, trying to end a 28-race winless streak. Your leader here with 53 to go. Let's rejoin Jeff Gordon, Darrell Waltrip, and Mike Joy.
Thanks, Chris. Yeah, Truex's team, Furniture Row, the only team that had a victory last year in the Sprint Cup Series that has not yet won this season. 15 cars on the lead lap, 52 laps to go here in Texas. His crew chief is from London, Ontario, where they pronounce things a little differently than they do here in the United States.
You mean it's not Cole Pern?
Let's listen.
I gotta give a shout out to DW. I know he's been saying Cole Pern a lot, and I really appreciate it more than anything. Back home in Canada, though, they do say Cole Pern. People say Pern, some people say Perrin, some say Perron. It's got a little bit of different variations all over the place. I'm good with DW saying it however he wants, as long as he keeps saying it.
I think the main thing is they spell it right on the check.
That's right.
Perrin.
You know,
Perron. I like a Perron. That's pretty good.
We've talked a lot about how talented he is as an engineer and a crew chief, but you could tell right there he's a good guy.
Oh,
you like good guys being in positions like this, leading the team, doing well.
Yep.
Fast race cars. Keep saying his name, DW.
I am Cole Pern.
Tonight's aerial coverage provided by Goodyear. Superior performing tires to face challenging conditions on the track and on the road. Goodyear, the official tire of NASCAR, giving us these great views of Texas Motor Speedway. Fox Sports Supports, very proud to team up with merging vets and players dedicated to ensuring our nation's warriors can be as productive off the field as they were on it by joining combat veterans with former athletes to form a common bond over dedication and teamwork. Visit foxsportssupports.com to learn more. 51 laps to go, finishing up the 5th caution of the night. Vince.
We talked about the 20 not getting that left rear on tight. How flukish is this? When they took the left rear off, a lug nut was flying in the air, and when they put the new left rear on, it got caught inside, and that's why the left rear tire did not get on tight. A flying lug nut. Unbelievable.
Wow. Put that on the list of things that have never happened before, particularly to Matt. Look, there it is.
Oh, those lug nuts are flying all over the place, and I've seen them land in the strangest places.
14 cars took the wave around. That puts Trevor Bayne back on the lead lap. We're ready to restart with 50 laps to go and 15 cars on the lead lap. Truex and Kyle Busch. Front row, here we go. Chase Elliott getting a great run underneath Joey Logano off of turn 2. third place.
Tell you, Chase has done a really nice job all night long. Worked his way right here in the top 5, and that car is fast.
When we had heard him talk earlier on the radio, talking about Wow.
Man, he was wearing that bumper out.
Talking about helping the short run speed because they think they're going to need that later in the race. It paid off right there.
Boy, the 48 fought hard with the 11 of Hamlin all the way into turn 1.
Hamlin's going to try to block the 88.
And 2 more go by.
That's not going to work.
3 more go by. 1 outside, 2 inside. Something wrong with Hamlin?
Yeah, he's just not going fast enough right now.
Whoa, the 41 squeezed him down.
Yikes! Carl said, I'll help you out here, teammate.
Now Carl's trying to stay in that free pass position, 1 lap down. Greg Biffle, the next car, a lap down, is about 5 cars back in line.
Well, I would like to say if it goes green the rest of the way, we know Trevor Bayne might try to make it. The question I have is, will anybody else try to make it? How many others will try to make it to the end?
Car in the wall, turn 2. That's Greg Biffle, and he hit hard.
Stay up. Stay up.
Wow.
6th caution.
That thing is killed.
Now what do? Do you come in and get tires?
Uh-huh. If you're Trevor Bayne, you do. A lot of waiver rounds. What we have, 14?
Biffle was 17th. He was the 2nd car 1 lap down, and he hits hard.
Oh, yeah, he's contact by the 5 of Casey Kane.
Casey Kane.
Biffle, left a little bit of a door open there, was closing it, and the 5 just put it right, there, and there was just no room.
Carl Edwards will get the free pass. That is the 2nd incident for Kane in the last 2 super speedway races.
Yeah, I had a little problem in California with Danica Patrick. Similar situation. And here again tonight.
Guys, real quick, pit road is open. We ran 3 laps. We basically have 15 drivers on the lead lap. I think the top 6 or 7 stay out, but I think if you're back there about Harvick Earnhardt Jr. on back, you come on to pit road, get 4 more.
Let's hear what Denny Hamlin's crew intends to do.
Wow, look at the 78 staying out, 3 staying out. This is going to get really interesting.
All right, instead, let's go to pit road for these stops. Matt.
And talking to several crew chiefs this morning, they all said if you've gone anything after 3 or 4 laps, they think they're going to come because of the tire give up. We're seeing a lot doing that, Jamie.
Let's see what happens with the 24 here. They told him to follow the leaders, an air pressure adjustment. They called for rights. First time we've seen that tonight. The 22, Joey Logano, a 4-tire stop. This is the 9th stop of the night. Most teams will still have 2 sets sitting, Mike.
Wow, 2 tires on the 24. Do you like that, Jeff?
I do like that. I mean, there's very, very little laps on the left side. Take right sides. I mean, I think the wear is good. I give Goodyear a lot of credit here. Yeah, there's a lot of fall off, but the wear is pretty good. So since they didn't run many laps, I think right sides might be pretty good. Certainly going to be better than what the 78 sitting out there on.
Yeah, I like that better than no tires, which is Martin Truex and Austin Dillon. They did not stop.
But how many times have we seen this? When you're the leader, you're a sitting duck. I mean, they're going to do the opposite of whatever you do.
Well, we know that 78 has been really good on the long run, so we'll see how it works out for him.
We're going to stay right here. 45 laps to go in Texas. 144 laps to go in Texas. 1 week from tomorrow, we'll be in Thunder Valley for our second short track race of the season.
Next week, NASCAR on Fox takes on the fastest half mile. It's the Coliseum of Racing, and there's sure to be some bumping and bruising down in Thunder Valley. It'll all be right here next week, starting with race day at 11:30 a.m. Eastern on FS1, and continues on Fox at 12:30 Eastern.
Always exciting when we go to Bristol.
Trouble is already brewing.
Matt?
And checking in with Cole Pearn, so 3 green flag laps on the tires. Is that going to be a big enough a difference to where you're not going to have a penalty, or are you sitting pretty good?
It's hard to say. I mean, we'll know momentarily here, but that's just the spot you're in. You know, everybody's going to do the opposite of whatever you do. So hopefully the clean air pays off, and who knows, you could get another yellow in here and equalize it all out. So we'll see how it goes.
Jamie?
And Gustafson made the call for right sides only. What was your thought process behind that?
Just wanted to get the bottom there. I saw those 2 guys stayed out, so I wanted to make sure we get the bottom, and hopefully it'll pay off on this restart and get going here. I think if we get clean air, we'll be fine. If not, you know, those guys with tires might have a little advantage.
All right, we're going green, Mike.
Elliott starts second row inside behind Truex and Dillon, who did not pit. Chase Elliott got 2 tires. Everybody behind him on the lead lap got 4.
Boy, Chase is giving Martin Truex a nice push into turn 1. Martin's surrounded right now by the 24 of Elliott and the 3 of Dillon.
Dillon did a really nice job getting down to the bottom. But that 22 is going to take advantage of the outside. We've seen him be really strong up there.
And here comes Elliott looking for the lead, closing right up on Martin Truex.
I think I like what Cole Pearn said. There might just possibly be another yellow.
Well, and I think the longer they run here,
there
the
might
less
just
advantage
be
those
one
tires
right there
are.
off of turn 2.
Oh, yeah. This is going to bring it out.
Austin Dillon spins around
Big
and
wreck.
crashing behind him.
Still
His
going.
2
Man.
teammates, Menard and Ryan Newman, all get caught up in Austin
Somebody
Dillon's
got into Austin Dillon. I can't tell who it was.
Jimmy Johnson, we believe.
Wow, I have not seen a melee like that on the back straightaway here in a long time.
Well, guess what? We're going to get to see it again.
Yeah.
That was pretty big. That was unfortunate.
Michael Annette involved.
Look
Ricky
at this,
Stenhouse.
17.
All right, watch the 48
Here's
on the
Dillon
right
up
of your
here,
screen.
so we watch him. 48's going to come behind him. Let's see what happens here.
See the closing rate of those newer tires. Right? The 11 kind of got him loose and got him up the racetrack, and then right in front of the 48.
I think you're right.
He comes across right in front of Stenhouse.
Oh, Stenhouse just clipped him.
Nailed him.
That's going to really hurt that left front fender.
I think it's,
Look at all 3 of the Childress cars piled up there.
So you can see the 3 of Austin trying to get down, but the right front of the 11 gets him loose. He goes up the racetrack. Jimmy's checked up sideways, trying not to get into him.
Stay off of him.
Wow, look at that. Amazing save by Jimmy.
Boy, and by Trevor Bain, who got almost sideways.
Oh, yeah, you're right. That
3's like a pinball.
17's pretty bad.
Well, he tried to pull it down in front of the 11. 11 sent him into me, and then I finished him off.
For you okay on your car?
Yeah, I just tapped him. He just tried shutting the door on the 11, and it wasn't going to happen.
And that's the downside
Riding
to
with
staying
Kevin
out.
20 half back, trying to get a run here inside. Checking up in front of you, watch it, easy, inside. Keep coming, yellow's out. So we get.
Number of drivers have pitted, led by Chase Elliott. Jamie.
Well, right side seemed to work well there, but they're going to take 4 tires this time and see what they can do with it.
Mike, I really think the 3 car was in a bad spot. I mean, he's got the 11 under him, and that gets him a little bit loose, and it gets him up the hill just a little bit, and then Jimmy Johnson really didn't have any alternative. Tried to stay off of it, but couldn't do it.
Let's ride with Brian Vickers, who was behind all that.
Clear. Looking low, inside. Got spin here. Back it down. Slow down.
Wow.
What a mess.
Let's get one more look. Let's go back to the outside look here.
Now see if Austin right there could have gotten to the white line, the 11 would have got to him, maybe loosened him up a little bit, but right here he just left just enough room, similar to what happened with the 16 and the 5, and it just brought the back end of the car around. He's already on older tires.
I don't think the 11 ever touched the 3. I think the air.
Yeah, I don't know if there's so much
11
contact.
just kind of gets the 3 to up the hill a little bit.
Right
You
there,
see him
the
get
back.
loose, yeah, and then that gets him up the hill in front of Jimmy, and Jimmy's coming with a head of steam. You see Jimmy's trying to get the thing woed up. He can't. Taps the 3 in the back end, sends him around.
Jimmy was lucky to save it there.
He
Not
was.
lucky.
What
good.
a save. Look at Harvick coming through there.
Somebody turned Boyer there in the back, right in front of Menard. And that's where the 14 got all involved, along with Newman and Annette.
All
Let's
3
watch
children's cars.
and listen.
That last one, I believe, was the 14 making contact with the 3.
There are all of the cars that sustained some or a lot of damage, 13 of them. Kyle Larson will get the free pass. Trevor Bayne had a tire violation, uncontrolled tire on that pit stop, but that's a lot of cars to pile up with 38 laps to go in the Duck Commander 500 in Texas.
Yeah, all 3 of those children's cars, the 3, the 27, and the 31, all involved in that.
And then some really interesting pit strategy by some coming in and getting 4 tires when they just came in.
78 stayed out again.
Under caution in Texas, crossing the line for 36 laps to go. Martin Truex in front of Kyle Busch. And let's talk about Chase Elliott, because Chase took 2 tires on the previous caution, went out there, ran a few laps, and came back in, and we're wondering why.
We'll make good shape here. Obviously tough to get that track position, but if this thing were to go green, I'd rather have 4, I think. Yeah, yep, I'm with you. We'll be good here. You have tires, you're better than those guys in front of you, so we'll be in good shape.
Yeah, and I mean, I question it, but I just wonder, you know, did Chase feel something there when he had those 2 tires? He really didn't show the speed I thought he would against the 78. Having fresher tires, that 78's pretty good, number 1, but I think he's thinking, you know what? We really needed 4 tires there if we're going to get up and win this thing.
I think where he was, though, he would be up there on the front with Truex, and now he's going to restart back here in about 7th or 8th spot. the tires are not worth that much, I don't think. Where he was is where he should have stayed, I think.
Brian Vickers checked and released at the care center. The 7 drivers in front of Chase Elliott did not pit under this caution. Next Saturday, an MLB on FS1 doubleheader. The defending AL East champion Blue Jays take on David Ortiz and the Red Sox. Then it's an NL East battle between the Braves and the Marlins that you can only see on FS1. It all starts next Saturday, 3:30 Eastern on FS1, or you can watch live on Fox Sports Go. So on this restart, we have Martin Truex, who stopped at lap 279. The next 6 drivers stopped at lap 289 or 90, and then Chase Elliott and the rest of the drivers who just made a pit stop.
Yeah, I tell you, the guy that I'd be worried about if I was Martin Truex is the guy that's going to start outside of me, the 18 car, because he came in 10 laps later. His tires are a little bit better, and that 18's been pretty good here the last little bit of this race.
And we know how good he is on restarts.
And he's going to be going.
And, you know, we didn't see a talk about it a lot, but looked like the 78 really was struggling with wheel spin on that last restart. So, you know, there's a good chance that's going to really come into play here before they ever even get to turn 1.
Well, when you're out there on older tires, not that they're that old, but when you're on hot tires, you pick up a lot of debris on the tires. You got to remember to clean them up. But now Kyle Busch is going to be in the same boat. He's not on new tires either. So,
well, he's on newer.
He's on newer. Yeah, I like that. I think I like it.
I think that 18's in the best position.
I do
You're
too.
right.
Yeah, I'm pretty.
So Larry, Kyle Busch had one brief green flag run on his tires. Martin Truex has had more than that. But really, how much of a difference between Truex and Busch's tires now?
Yeah, it's about 3.5 to 4 laps max, Mike, because they ran 3 laps on that caution prior when Truex and Austin Dillon stayed out, and to your point, 1 lap then. But I'm going to go back to what I heard Jeff and DW. I just feel like that where the 24 went astray was doing just 2 rights. If they were going to hit pit road, they should have changed 4, and I think that's why they came back to get 4 then. To me, the mistake was when they get 4 the time before.
I agree, Larry. That's a good call right there, buddy, because thinking that with that 2 right sides, he's worried that those lefts having too many laps on them. So, but I'd have gambled, man. I'd have stayed up there and gotten that first clean air and been right there with the 78.
Well, yeah, it's interesting because now you are behind others that came in and took 4 on the previous stop.
Yeah.
15 lead lap cars back to Trevor Bayne.
He's going to have to be really aggressive here. And I'm not talking about just about Martin Truex Jr. and Kyle Busch on the front row, but you know, when I go back to Chase Elliott, now that he does have fresher tires, he's got to go 3 wide on the restart. He's got to be super aggressive, keep the momentum going, make a bunch of moves here early to make up that gap.
I agree. And he restarts on the outside in 8th position. This is the 3rd time Martin Truex has led more than 140 laps on a 1.5 mile track. The 2 previous times, he finished 2nd both times.
I see. Look, this time the 78, he and the 18 both are really cleaning up those tires, getting ready for this restart, and that's what you got to do. And not sure he did a good job the last time we came to the green.
They will restart with 33 laps to go.
This restart's going to be that 18 is going to be tough on this restart.
Green flag. Truex a little loose in the dog leg. Logano looks to the inside. Nothing there. 3 wide behind them. Here comes Chase on the outside.
That's what he's got to do. He's got to get up there and go on that outside. But that 18 is going to be hard to beat on this restart.
Truex slams it into turn 3, but Kyle Busch powers around the outside for the lead. Logano looking low for 2nd.
Yeah, I just think Martin Truex Jr. kind of dodged the bullet on that last restart. When he stayed out, he got the lead, but I don't know about whether they should have come in this last time. It's certainly starting to not pay off for him now.
Earnhardt for 3rd.
He's never been good anywhere other than down on that white line, and they've got him pushed up the hill and he can't get back down. That's really hurting him now. And here comes Chase with his 4 good tires. Could be the right call. Who knows? Alan's pretty smart.
Look who's coming back into the picture here. Carl Edwards, man, he's been fighting hard to get back on the lead lap. Now look at him. He's all the way up to 6, going for 5th.
First 3 drivers and Kurt Busch just ran their fastest lap of the race.
Let's see, how many races has Kyle Busch won in the last week?
Right. 3 so far.
I'm telling you the truth.
Casey Kane 10th.
He is out there and going on, buddy.
Now we don't know if the caution's going to come out again before this thing's over.
It may or may not, but this looking pretty serious to me.
They're definitely laying down some really fast laps.
Oh, yeah.
Don't have as long of a run to go here, so they can
10th place, McMurray,
be a lot more aggressive.
Kane, Harvick.
29 laps to go. Gonna be hard to catch that 18. Put that cat out front. You got your work cut out for you.
Yeah. Murray's going to slide up in front of the 5. 5's going to cross him over here.
And the guy that's probably just saying, oh my gosh, how could this have happened to me, is Martin Truex. I mean, I think this is the furthest back he's been all night. He's 5th with Jimmy Johnson breathing down his neck. We know he's got a good car on the long run, but I mean, I don't know if that's going to pay off for him or not.
Yeah, I just don't know if 27 laps is long enough for him to not only get back up to Kyle Busch, but make up the ground on the fresher tires that they still have on him.
Yeah, from 3.3 seconds back.
Yeah. He's about almost the length of the back straightaway behind the 18 right now. That's a long way to go.
And that gap is increasing.
Yes, it is.
Joe Gibbs Racing has pretty much been class of the field tonight. Their cars plus their satellite team, the 78 of Martin Truex. Between that bunch, they have led almost 300 laps tonight.
Yeah, you might be able to beat one of them, but there's 5 of them now. There's 4 of the Gibbs cars and then the 78. So it's one of them's going to go to victory circle.
You see Jimmy Johnson going on the outside of 78 of Martin Truex Jr. Jimmy's another one that's really fought pretty hard. You know, they've gone through some interesting things tonight.
Well, it's always Dale Jr. Dale Jr. been up and down all night long, and look at him. He's running 3rd.
Let's go back and take a look at this restart. We're going to make this our 5-hour energy big move of the race. Truex on the inside, Kyle Busch on the outside. Logano and Hamlin looking on.
You can see where the 78 Martin Truex Jr. just needed to clear that 18.
Did you notice, Mike, on that restart, the 78 took him all the way to the end of the pit box. He didn't start at the beginning of the restart zone. He took him all the way to the end of the restart zone before he went. He's in trouble now. They're coming at him from all sides.
Kyle Busch 1.6 seconds ahead of Joey Logano. Dale Jr. 2 back. Chase Elliott 3.5. Jimmy Johnson 4.5. And Martin Truex 5 seconds back.
I mean, even if the caution came out right now and they came down pit road, the chances of beating 5 cars in front of you is pretty tough task.
Yep, I agree.
Let me show you one reason why Kyle Busch is your Sprint Cup champion. In the races since his injury at Daytona a little more than a year ago, since he came back, 31 races, 6 wins, 21 top 5s. That's 2 out of 3. And he's led over 1,200 laps in that time.
He came back with a vengeance. I mean, he missed those 11 races, and when he got back in that race car, he was ready to race. He didn't come back too soon. He came back just right. He was healed up, good shape. be putting them down.
You know, he can't. You hate for anybody to go out for those reasons, but interesting perspective that you have on the sport when you're watching it from home. I think that, you know, he has a greater appreciation for being a race car driver, and he realized, you know what, I need to be more patient, and I need to, you know, be kinder and be, you know, more involved in certain aspects of the team and the whole job. And he has come back a much better race car driver than he was. Always really talented, but boy, now he's just really smart, being smooth, making really good decisions.
Yeah, think about this. Last week he ran 750 laps at Martinsville. This weekend he's going to run 800 miles this weekend here at Texas.
Hey guys, it's a package deal though with this 18 car. I go back to Martinsville last week, how Adam Stevens swung for the fence halfway through the race. They've done the same thing with this car tonight. I mean, just look right there. Almost every stop they've added tape, and through our eagle eye that we watch pit road, they have been making adjustments on that race car every time he's been to pit road.
Well, there's the man. He makes some great calls, and they're having some great success. That's the guy that Kyle wanted to be his crew chief.
And the best adjustments you can make is aerodynamics.
Wasn't he complaining about that car quite a bit? He didn't like that car at all.
But again, that goes back to how amazing, you know, this transformation has been for him over the years, and how he's improved and just become a better all-around race car driver, and knowing that even if he's making those kinds of complaints, he's still constantly getting better and giving 100%.
Great driver, great team, great equipment. 316 laps tonight. The Joe Gibbs owned or affiliated Toyotas have led 300 of those.
Wow. 17 to go.
Joey Logano, the first Ford in the race, now 1.9 seconds back. Started on the outside pole. Started up front at Martinsville, but everything went the wrong way for them there. Good to see Logano having a great night for Roger Penske tonight.
Yep.
Dale Earnhardt Jr. for Rick Hendrick, third. The leading Chevrolet. His teammate Chase Elliott, the rookie, fourth. And another Hendrick Chevrolet, Jimmy Johnson, rounding out the top five. 5 seconds back. Martin Truex, sixth place now after leading 141 laps.
A dominant car up until that last bunch of cautions where they didn't come in.
Carl Edwards led 124 laps. He was the pole sitter. Kurt Busch, 8th place. Casey Kane, 9th. And Denny Hamlin rounds out the top 10. There are 16 cars on the lead lap. Jamie McMurray behind Hamlin, battling Kevin Harvick. That's for position for 11th place.
This is the one that surprised me. If you looked at practice speeds and the way that Kevin Harvick's run on the mile and a half and at this racetrack in the past, I really thought he was going to be the car to beat. He just hasn't quite had it tonight.
Nope.
But he does have some debris on that nose there.
Dale Earnhardt Jr. challenging for second.
Tell you, that 88 car, they have worked on that thing all night long, and he is really giving them some pretty good feedback, I think, to help them get to where they are at this point.
Yeah, Greg Ives and that bunch over there at Hendrick Motorsports have really kept him in the game with pit stops and some good adjustments.
Yep.
You see, he tries to search for some clean air, use that middle lane to get the momentum up off the corner.
Kyle got about a 2.3 second lead over Logano right now.
There is the gap first to second. The green car of Busch and the yellow one of Logano. That's what 2.4 seconds looks like with 13 laps to go.
Watch Junior's going to go up to this middle lane, kind of use that lap car as a pick, and then try to get a straight run off the bottom. See if he can't get a run on Logano.
That's Austin Dillon going another lap down after crash damage.
Having a great night, Austin Dillon was, till that spin on the back straightaway over there. Unfortunate for that bunch, but they ought to be happy with the way their car ran. Ran good. Well, we're winding it down, boys. Coming to 11 to go.
Last lap, Earnhardt was about 12 100ths of a second quicker than Logano. And they are just dead even on this lap.
Yeah, I really think that if Logano allows him to have that middle lane down there in 3 and 4, it's just a matter of time that I believe Junior will make it work.
But do you see that car, that 88 car? That thing is moving around quite a bit. It's not driving perfect by any means.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like he has the option to run this higher lane like he runs in 3 and 4. He just doesn't have it. He got loose right there.
Way out of it.
But still gains on him.
But he's staying in it. I mean, he's fighting that car, and of course we're running out of laps. He knows he has to, but he's driving the wheels off that thing right now. Watch his shot.
Well, he got off there really good. Kept it on the bottom, was real patient getting back to the throttle. I think now he might be able to make this middle lane work.
10 to go.
Here he comes.
He's working that thing. He's trying. He's trying. Looking inside here. Might be able to make the move into one.
Not
Can he
quite
do it?
there, I don't think.
Not quite.
There he goes. Well,
Logano
overdrove it.
Yeah, Logano got up a little bit, and Dale Jr. is there.
He was
by himself. Door.
He knew he was in his mirror. He had to drive in there.
Bumper and still there. Clear. All clear. Clear by 2. Clear by 3.
Now they're a second and a half ahead of Chase Elliott, but they are losing ground to Kyle Busch.
Yeah, Kyle's running some really consistent lap times right now. He just ran about a 10th and a half quicker than Earnhardt in second.
So Dale Jr. moves to second. That puts all of the Hendrick Chevys in the top 8. All of the Gibbs Toyotas in the top 12. Joey Logano, the first Ford in the race, in third. You know, NASCAR has 3 National Touring Series: Sprint Cup, Xfinity, and the Camping World Truck Series. You know, it's been 21 days since anybody but Kyle Busch has gone to victory lane in any one of those 3 series.
Yeah, we had an off weekend, didn't we? My goodness.
It's unbelievable.
Incredible dominance by that organization and by that driver.
He's rewriting it. I mean, he's just rewriting the record book every week, seems like.
Coach Gibbs there on the left. He's got to be feeling pretty good about his organization, things that are going on.
Yeah,
6 to go.
And really hoping the caution doesn't come out.
Coach pretty happy right now, I'd say. I would be.
Now this combination right here, you know, between Kyle Busch and his crew chief Adam Stevens, boy, they really have connected well, communicating well. The chemistry's there.
Go here, 598, pit bottom.
And the difference between tonight and Kyle's 3 previous wins in Cup, Xfinity, and Truck is he did not dominate this race. He's only led 29 laps tonight.
I know, and I keep, you know, talking about this, but this is just the maturity. This is Kyle Busch taking it to the next level.
I just am amazed. The kid has run 800 miles yesterday and today.
And we're always talking about how fit Jimmy Johnson is. And you know, Kyle's not the guy that we think of who's out doing marathons and triathlons and things like what Carl Edwards is doing. But I got to say, he's in great race shape because, I mean, he never seems to be winded.
Yeah, he races himself into shape.
That's it. That's his fitness regimen, winning.
Yeah.
And now he's got clocks to wind. He may have 6 shooters to load after tonight. Oh, yeah, and videos to post leaving the racetrack.
You're going to tell Samantha to put a light on that camera tonight.
I was going to say,
it's a night race.
if they have lights with them tonight and they light up to us, and now wait a minute.
Going to be a good night for Rick Hendrick. The last time Hendrick Motorsports had 4 cars, all 4 cars finished in the top 10, was here 1 year ago.
Has Johnson led tonight?
I don't think he has.
He didn't. You know, he didn't lead last week at Martinsville either.
Chase Elliott is the only Hendrick car to lead this race, and he did that on a green flag pit stop cycle.
We might have a battle here between teammates before this thing's over, between Jimmy and Chase.
And what, Jimmy was going for 4 in a row.
White flag in the air, 1 to go. Sponsored by Credit One Bank.
Call in the dogs, boys. Turn out the lights.
Kyle Busch going to come around to lead his 34th lap. And score his 36th career win. Kyle Busch wins the Duck Commander 500.
Why you don't quit, my man. You're the best, Kyle. It don't get any better. You showing it.
He joins Jimmy Johnson as a double winner in 2016.
Good job, Hurst. Thanks, bro. Good job, guys. What a dig all night.
And he has finished in the top 5 in 6 of this year's 7 races. For the 9th time, get the broom out. Career weekend sweep. Won the Xfinity race yesterday. Thoroughly dominated that one.
And we're going to Bristol where he's as good as anybody when we get to Bristol. I mean, this team is on a roll, babe.
Now, are the trucks and Xfinity cars running next week? He might be able to do all 3 next week in Bristol.
He has won the last 4 NASCAR National Touring Series races. Taking on the checkered flag is today's Sunoco fueling victory.
You know how you get really good at doing burnouts? You do it all the time.
I do not.
It's the 131st Sprint Cup win for Joe Gibbs Racing, their 3rd of the season and their 5th here. Kyle has now won 22% of his races since coming back from last season's injury.
He won in a truck. He won in a Cup. He won in Xfinity. Wins in Cup.
Now he gets to take a bow once again in Texas.
Easy, son.
I think
Easy.
those are cheers. I'm not hearing boos like you used to hear. Those are cheers.
Well, he's earned them the hard way.
Absolutely, he has.
He's going to collect the checkered flag.
There's somebody handing him a broom through the fence. There's a guy with a broom trying to hand it to him. He came prepared.
Fast pit stops, the right strategy. Quick when it counted. Kyle Busch is tonight's winner. Dale Earnhardt Jr. second, 3.9 seconds back. Joey Logano third. Jimmy Johnson fourth. Chase Elliott fifth. Kyle Busch a winner in Texas. We'll be right back.
Live in Texas, a Sunday celebration in the Central and East time zones as Kyle Busch, after a 2-hour delay, starting the race, pulls into victory lane. His second victory of this season already. NASCAR's reigning champ, and Jamie Little is there for the celebration.
What a celebration it is after midnight. Kyle's got to jump down the interstate battery car, wins. A kiss for the longtime sponsor. And of course there we have a broom. Eddie Gossage, of course, came prepared, Kyle, early on in this race.
This one looks recycled.
Yes, it does. Well, I think it's been waiting for you. Early in the race, you had damage from Jimmy Johnson's car. Your car wasn't to your liking in the middle of the race. What did it take for you and Adam to get this car right when it counted most?
Just communication, just to keep talking about it and keep making changes to our race car, keep trying to make it better. But this Interstate Batteries Camry was fast. You know, it had really good speed in it, especially entry and center of the corner. And we really had to work on the exit of the corner, but my guys did a great job. Adam made some great adjustments all night long. I think the racetrack actually kind of kept coming to us as the night progressed as well too. But man, can't say enough about Norm Miller and Scott Miller and the whole Interstate Batteries clan. They're so great partners with us. And what better way than to celebrate 25 years of a partnership than right here in Victory Lane with them in their hometown here in Texas. So that's pretty special. Can't be remiss without M&M's, of course, NOS Energy Drink, and Sprint, the fans, of course, and Toyota, man. This TRD engine ran strong all night long. It was really fast, and these guys, they just continue to impress me.
Let's get real. You've won 4 races across 3 different series in 8 days, things that drivers only dream of. What's it like to be Kyle Busch right now?
It's pretty darn good, I'll tell you that. You know, it's got a great wife, great son, and having a blast, living the dream with Adam Stevens and these guys, and Joe and JD, thinking about you guys back at home, and of course, you know, Coy's here with us, so the whole JGR clan. Everybody back at the shop's just building some fast race cars. They're doing a great job for us, and these crew chiefs here, they've been really working together, gelling together, and putting everything in together. You know, it's just fun. You know, right now it's all clicking and going together. I think it's maybe a little bit of a struggle for Kenseth right now, but man, I've been in that position before. You just got to fight through it, and maybe I can give the old man a little bit of advice this week. I'll talk to him a little bit, but things are great for our team, so can't say enough. It's cool to be in Victory Lane here in Texas. Thank you guys. Thanks, Fox. Thank Eddie and everyone here at Texas. Looking forward to them 6-shooters.
2 weekends in a row, 2 sweeps by Kyle Busch. It's been sweet to be him, right, Chris?
That's right. A happy birthday to Jamie Little. And there is Samantha. We saw Samantha Cam when the video went viral after the victory last week in traffic with the fan, and she goes in for the hug. And that is, wow. So his 8th victory. Sorry, we didn't mean to interrupt. We were eavesdropping there. Kyle, right. I know you got to clean that up to talk to some people. So in the last 32 races, 8 wins for Kyle Busch at age 30. You heard who he thanked. And the Toyotas, they've had some fast cars. But he's also made the adjustments with his crew chief, Adam Stevens, through the course of these races to come out on top. Next, we go to Bristol. He's won there 5 times, more than any other track.
Hey, you just have to appreciate what that team did tonight. He had a little bit of damage early in the race. That can upset the balance of your car. They consistently worked on that car, changed that car. We heard Kyle saying how bad it was during the course of the race, but they made improvements all night long. And before that last pit stop, they were gaining on Martin Truex. They actually closed the ground on Truex, so he had the car that could have taken down Truex had they been on even tires. But when Adam Stevens made that call to bring him to pit road, that gave him the advantage he needed.
Yeah, heartbreak for Carl Edwards, who led 124 laps. Martin Truex Jr., 141 laps. 7th time for Martin Truex in his career. He's recently led over 100 laps. He's only won 1 of those races, and he is standing by with our Matt Yoakum.
A dominating night for Martin Truex Jr. Comes home in the 6th position, but Martin, go back to the decision to pit or not pit. Was it yours or did it call from the pit box?
It was Cole's call, and you know, he called me in at the last second. You know, our plan was to stay out, and he called me in the last second. I didn't want to hit the cone. So, you know, I mean, it's just the way it goes. I think, you know, had we went green the next restart, we did okay. And we got the lead and we drove away. And we just kept getting yellows and kept getting caution laps, and the tires just kept getting more air in them and more air in them. And by the time we finally got rolling there, it just didn't have the grip everybody else had, and just sliding around, you know. So it's frustrating, but that's racing. That's the way it goes sometimes. Proud of my guys for the race car they brought. That thing was so fast all night. and we did everything we were supposed to do except for that one deal there. So I don't know. It's it hurts. It's tough, but we got a lot to look forward to this year. We've got great race cars and a lot to look forward to. So we'll just we'll go back home and get to work and hopefully come out smarter and stronger.
Thank you, Martin. Second time Martin Truex Jr. has finished second here at Texas. Second time he's led 140 or more laps.
A hard-fought second-place finish for Dale Earnhardt Jr. Had the loose wheel early. Guys just kept digging, and it's not the spot you wanted, but next best thing, second place. How'd you see it?
Yeah, we got a little behind. We got called on pit road at one caution. We had a fast car, probably good enough to win. Martin probably had the best car, but the best car doesn't always win. And Kyle did a great job on the outside on that one restart. And Truex's tires were worse than I thought. So we finished up there where we should have. And we need a win. We'd love to get a win. I know our fans want to win real bad. And trust me, man, we're all working real hard. We're running great every week. So at least that's hopefully fun to watch for you guys. I had a blast inside the car. A lot of sliding around, sideways, good hard racing. And we'll go to the next one, I guess. Try again.
Well done. That win's coming for Junior, second tonight.
Carl Edwards had the speed to put the 19 car on the pole, but the issue on pit road, the loose wheel, the deciding factor for you.
Yeah, I mean, that was the issue, but my guys on pit road, I mean, they live on the edge. That's what they do. They're the fastest on pit road. And I don't know, it was so loose. I don't know if something got stuck behind it or if they had a malfunction. I mean, those guys never make mistakes. But it was actually pretty fun trying to come back up through there. And if I made a couple mistakes, I should have come earlier to get the tire changed, and then I just couldn't catch Casey. He did a great job. But awesome day for Stanley. Another, the first half of the race I want it to be shorter. Last half I want it to be longer. But great day for JGR, and my guys just never quit. We got an awesome team.
Solid top 10 finish for Carl.
So after 7 races, Carl Edwards so far this year remains winless, along with Martin Truex Jr. and Dale Earnhardt Jr. And the driver of the Interstate Batteries Toyota, Kyle Busch, with his second victory. We'll have more from Texas, more drivers in just a moment.
What's up?
Good to see you guys. Thanks.
That was Kyle Busch last week, leaving Martinsville in traffic after the win, and a fan recognized. Wait till you see him leave this week, what people are going to say as he celebrates with the reward and shooting for another championship, trying to go back-to-back in the early stages of this season. Michael Walter, Chris Myers with you, and you see with Jimmy Johnson where they stand. You win, you get in, and you look at the back end of that. A.J. Allmendinger, the rookie Chase Elliott, at the moment in the hunt.
And you can just see it in Dale Jr.'s eyes, how bad he wants to win. That's what these drivers are all about right now. You've got to get to victory lane, take the pressure off so you can focus on winning a championship.
Kyle Busch, his 36th career Sprint Cup win. He started 15th and worked his way after a long night to victory lane. And with our guy, happy Sunday morning to you guys.
Thank you.
I like him wearing the white hat in victory lane. He wore the black hat long enough. This is a big win for several reasons, not the least of which is the 2 races at Texas are the second and third highest paying races all season.
Well, I mean, I don't know where to begin. It's certainly another impressive performance by Kyle. We've become very used to this, but this one didn't come easy. I mean, they had to really work for this. I think some others sort of helped him out. And, boy, don't you just feel for Martin Truex Jr.?
Yeah.
You just don't get race cars like this very often at this level, and you can tell he's just dejected because he knows what a special opportunity he had.
And, Mike, I don't think I've ever seen dominance like this across all 3 series. I've never seen it before. But a guy I'm really happy for is Norm Miller. If it hadn't been for Norm Miller standing by Joe Gibbs in the beginning, Interstate Batteries, that was their first sponsor, and Norm stuck with Joe, and I think that's why these guys, they love each other so much. If it wasn't for Norm, I'm not sure they'd even be here tonight.
Yep, quite a big night for them. And for a young rookie who finished up in the top 5. Let's hear from Chase Elliott.
All 4 of the Hendrick Motorsports cars in the top 8, including Chase Elliott, 5th place tonight. How do you sum up the kind of night you had this evening?
Well, just I think a strong car would be the best way to put it. All the guys, Allen and entire Napa group worked hard, brought a fast car. Had a good qualifying effort, hated to start in the back, but we had a really good pit selection. I think that played a role in us gaining spots throughout the night, and we're happy about it. We're definitely not content. We want to be contenders. We're not satisfied with running 5th, and we feel like we have a group of guys that can do better. So we're going to keep working at it and try to get there.
Deciding to come and get the tires late in that pit stop, do it again?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I think being on offense is good, especially to wear out racetracks. So, Allen's decisions, I'm going to be all for, whether they go good or bad. So, whatever he says, I'm in for, and we'll make the most of it.
Nice job. Chase Elliott, 5th place.
And a pit call put the 3 car up at the front, older tires. Can you walk us through what happened between yourself and Hamlin and Johnson?
I haven't seen it yet. I don't know. We're on older tires, and I was trying to get all I could right there, and it's part of trying to win a race. We put ourselves in a position to be out front, thinking that 2 laps wouldn't mean much, but it did. It was some speed there. So I'll have to look at it and see. It's part of it. Good Lord kept me safe tonight, kept me with a good race car, and got to be gracious in defeat, right? We'll come back next week with another fast car, and hopefully we can do the same thing we did today, and that's run up front.
Thanks, Austin.
Thanks.
Austin Dillon, one of those 25-year-old or younger drivers like Chase Elliott, trying to move in. The last 6 races have all been won by past championship drivers, including the current champ of NASCAR, Kyle Busch. More from Texas, straight ahead on Fox. Another terrific performance from Kyle Busch and Toyota. In fact, next year, Toyota moving its headquarters to nearby Plano, Texas. He is victorious here in Fort Worth. And wife Samantha also plays photographer with fans as they leave the racetrack, giving the hug. And now he looks ahead to Bristol short track racing. Again, Kyle has been successful there with 5 victories, more than any other track. But Matt Kenseth won last year. There ended that 51 race winless string. Joey Logano has had some success there. So what should we look forward to?
Wow, more Kyle Busch. I mean, he not only has won 5 Cup races, he's won Xfinity races, he's won the truck race there. This kid's on quite a roll, but I just think their workmanlike attitude, how they just adjust on that 18 car all night long. But Chris, how do you go to Bristol and expect success? So many things can go wrong, such tight quarters of racing. I can't wait to get up there and watch.
The Coliseum, and who will dethrone him? I'm amazed the wear and tear at age 30, and they made a great point on the broadcast, Jeff and Daryl and Mike, that he stays physically fit by racing in the Truck Series and the Xfinity Series, but he still has enough left in the tank when it comes time for the Cup Series.
Yeah, and everybody talks about, going down and winning Xfinity races and winning a truck race, but man, tonight he beat the best in the world, and remember, he was in an accident on pit road early in the going, so you have to be not only physically fit, but mentally prepared to overcome such obstacles. He's proven over and over again that he's tough. When he came back from his injury, he was ready to roll, and he hasn't slowed down yet.
Kyle Busch has been on fire. Coming up, your late local news, and I mean really late, or party over here, party over there. We'll be partying Sunday in Bristol, Fox, 12:30 Eastern on the pre-race show. Victory Lane, by the way, next week over on FS1. Ran out of time this week. For Patrick Perrin, our researcher, Michael Waltrip, our entire gang, I'm Chris Myers. Thanks for being a part of NASCAR on Fox.
This copyrighted telecast may not be reproduced, retransmitted, or used in any form without the authorized written consent of NASCAR Broadcasting. NASCAR would like to thank all of our fans for your support, and we hope you enjoyed today's broadcast.